Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to all our partners, guests, and attendees here today. ACCA would like to welcome you to the 4th edition of its Pakistan Leadership Conversation. Today is just the first day of this three-part conference, as we will be organizing the Karachi and Lahore chapters on the 22nd and 24th of March, respectively. This year's theme is Rethinking Our World, Sustainable Growth for Pakistan, which will explore how the economy can benefit from harnessing the power of digital, sustainability, ESG, ethics, and a future-ready workforce. We are joined today by leading policymakers, thought leaders, corporate influencers, academia, and business operators who will be engaged in 6 high-octane, future-focused panel conversations pertinent to the socio-economic development of Pakistan. So without further ado, we will begin with one of the most important items on our agenda here today. I would like to request all those who can, please rise for the national anthem.
पाक सरज़मीन शादबाद किश्वरे हसीन शादबाद तू निशाने अज़्मे आलीशान मर्दे पाकिस्तान मरकज़े यकीन शादबाद पाक सरज़मीन का निज़ाम मंज़िले मुराद परचमे सितारा हिलाल रहमरे तरक्कियों कमाल जुबाने माज़ी शाने हाल जाने इस्तक़बाल साये खुदाए ज़ुल जलाल.
Before we begin, we would like to thank our partners for today's events. Our co-organizers, Seed Ventures, we're very happy to have them be a part of this event. Our strategic partners, S&P Global, Bank Islami, and Coca-Cola have played an integral part in today's event. Our platinum partners, U Microfinance Bank, TMUC, Roots Ivy, Al Mizan, Gadoon Textile Mills, Lucky Cement, Mirchanwala Hub of Accountancy, Scan School of Accountancy, Tabani School of Accountancy, and Yunus Brothers for their commitment to furthering our agenda. Our gold partners, AAA Associates, Adroid Accountants Limited, AKT Securities Limited, Folio 3, K Electric, Obox Accounting, PAC Group of Colleges, and Sadaqat Limited, we thank you for your support. Our supporting partners, STZA, Pasha Board of Investment, NIC, KP Board of Investment and Trade, the Center of Excellence in Responsible Business, ICMA Pakistan, Pakistan Business Council, Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Pakistan Stock Exchange, Pakistan Institute for Corporate Governance, who have all shown tremendous support. And finally, our knowledge partners, Nutshell Group and KPMG. We thank you for being a part of this event. We will be starting today's event with a short video.
मुमलकते खुदादाद अर्ज़े पाकिस्तान अहले हक के लिए वो शजरे सायादार जो बना आज़ादी के तलबगारों की मंजिल, जिसने बख्शा इज्जत और वक़ार। इस वतन का हर गोशा है अज़्म हिम्मत और जहद मुसलसल का निशान। इस जिंदा कौम ने मेहनत से हमेशा तरोताज़ा रखा ये गुलिस्तान। ये तसलसल कभी टूटा नहीं, हमारा सफर अभी जारी है। आसमानों को छू लिया है मगर एक नए उफक की तैयारी है। शब रोज मेहनत से पूरा हुआ अपना हर एक ख्वाब। रिवायत के अमीनों ने पैदा किया है जिद्दत का इंकलाब। हमारे हुनर और महारत से हुआ जमाने भर में अपना नाम। हमारी अनथक काविशों से मिला तरक्की और खुशहाली को इस्तेकाम।
चढ़ता सूरज है अपना पाकिस्तान, दुनिया देख रही है पाकिस्तान की शान।
इत्तेहाद, ईमान और तंजीम की बदौलत हर मैदान को किया हमने तस्दीक। हर शोबे में पाई कामयाबी की दौलत। इन्हीं सुनहरे असूलों को हम नए कल की बुनियाद बना रहे हैं। आज इल्म और हुनर से लेस होकर मुस्तकबिल की जानिब कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमारे जज्बों से रोशनी लेकर हर दिन नया सूरज निकलता रहेगा। कदम कदम पर मंजिलें मिलेंगी और ये कारवां यूं ही चलता रहेगा। ये कारवां यूं ही चलता रहेगा।
खुशियां धागे हैं बांधे हैं अपने जिनसे, जज्बे जागे हैं आगे हैं अपने दिन से।
I would like to now invite Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, head of ACCA Pakistan, for the welcome address. He will be talking to us about Pakistan's path to a sustainable economy. Asad, can I please request you to come on stage?
Assalamu alaikum everyone. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us. And I hope that you have a wonderful session today. I would like to especially thank our partners for making this possible. I would like to thank our honorable members who made this possible of the ACC community and fraternity. And I'd also like to thank our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Shaukat Tareen, joining us today despite his very busy schedule. Alongside him, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, who is the Minister of State and Chairman, Board of Investment. So without further ado, so as we have seen from the video, the purpose of bringing that together was to share the good that is happening in Pakistan. So we start on an optimistic note. We remain positive. We look at the things that need to evolve, that need to develop, that need to improve. So just to share with you in terms of ACCA's legacy, so we as an organization established in 1904 believe that we are a force of public good. Our main purpose is to create opportunity for anybody with ability or ambition. Our vision is to be number one in developing the accounting profession, not just the accounting profession, but the economies the world needs, and in this case, Pakistan. Last but not the least, the theme that you would see flowing in today's agenda, the panel discussions, the keynote of the chief guest of the Minister of State would be built upon the pillars of inclusivity, integrity, and innovation. So this is a journey that started in 2007. So just to give you a quick flash in terms of where we started. So we started in terms of creating opportunities for growth. Then we evolved in terms of forming a collective vision for an emerging Pakistan. And the last conversation that we held, that was pre-pandemic. So what sort of strategic business leadership is required in terms of character and capacity? So today, in continuity of that, we are again gathered over here exploring through this platform forward-thinking policies in terms of how we can ensure growth that is sustainable for Pakistan. ACCA is a community of members, is a community of future members. So we are represented by 750,000 plus members and future members globally. So in Pakistan, we felt that how we, as we have been contributing in the past, deliver something tangible for the economy. So the members, when we started this journey of the Pakistan Leadership Conversation, pledged that we will be part of this journey, this ambition that would lead us to an average GDP growth of 7% plus in 5 years. Ease of doing business, previously it was benchmarked with the Ease of Doing Business Index, so now that has been taken away. So there are other facets to ease of doing business which have now been converged into the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, to which we have a commitment, not just as Pakistan, but the global organization. So just to share with you, the ACCA has subscribed 9 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Everything that we do, whether that is imparting quality education, whether that is ensuring inclusive participation of our diaspora, whether that is in terms of fair practices, whether it is in terms of developing our members so that they can contribute to a sustainable economy, or helping their organizations participate in a global economy. So moving on, this is what we felt is going to be probably the key drivers in the next 3 to 5 years. And if we are able to harness the power of digital, sustainability, ESG, ethics, and a future-ready workforce, we should be able to really benefit our 130 plus million youth population, use that as an opportunity and ensure an inclusive socio-economic growth that has, in our view, 4 pillars: digitalization, investment, whether that's domestic or foreign, industrialization, and last but not the least, an economy which is driven by exports. All of this will be possible through a very strong governance mechanism, very strong focus on environmental, social, and governance, to which ACCA is a global voice and also advocates in terms of the best practices. So just a recap in terms of what we had pledged in the previous PLCs and where we are at the moment. So in terms of governance, CPEC, shared services outsourcing, yesterday we were at a dinner organized by the Office of the Board of Investment, and we were very pleasantly not just surprised, but overwhelmed to see that we have now foreign firms using Pakistan as a platform, as their next hub, as their next base, in terms of not just developing or servicing their global operations, but also imparting those operations in Pakistan. So in terms of our focus, public financial management, we have been very strongly engaged with various departments of the government, where we are developing the PFM capacity through our customized qualifications. Then in terms of CPEC and BRI, you see it is spearheaded by so many stakeholders within the government, that we are seeing the fruits of now the phase 2, where there's a strong focus on industrialization, economic zones, and obviously relocation of many Chinese industries. Last but not the least is shared services, something that has been very close to ACCA's heart. Globally, finance is a talent which is outsourced. It is utilized to gain valuable exports through services, which complements the mix of Pakistan's GDP. Pakistan has a huge talent base. So we have picked up accounting and finance, which relates to us. But yesterday, the organization that has launched its operations in Pakistan is also outsourcing. But that is a different set, which is very complementary of the knowledge economy, which is the current focus of the government. So with this, I'll conclude, and I will be requesting the Honorable Finance Minister, Mr. Shaukat Tareen, to join us on the stage and share his views on rethinking public financial management. And I've just, for your benefit, shared on the screen the professional insights that ACCA every year develops, rolls out, which gives us global trends. So you can kindly go through these. These are available on your tables through snippets. So you can also download this application that we have globally and take the make the best use of that. So have a wonderful day and look forward to your contribution. So, Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, head of ACCA, for inviting me as a chief guest to express my views. I'm delighted to be part of this prestigious event organized by ACCA Pakistan. ACCA is one of the largest and oldest accountancy bodies based in London. It supports 233,000 members and 536,000 future members, helping them to develop successful career in accounting, finance, and business with skills required by employers. In today's important event, my talk will be focused on importance of public financial management in dealing with any unfavorable situation that may arise in response to any external or internal events. Besides, I will share with you how our government has succeeded in putting the economy on a recovery path after witnessing the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, the ability of government to do anything is heavily reliant on its public financial management systems, which underpin how it creates budgets, secure funding, spends money, and maintains track of its finances. Modern finance ministers drive good policy decisions through analyzing complex fiscal and performance data. Performance indicators are tied to policy strategies, and public servants are empowered with tools and skills, improving fiscal transparency and government accountability, resulting in enhanced trust. Effective financial management ensures that scarce resources have maximum impact and are deployed where they are needed most. This can help to achieve robust service delivery. Recognizing this fact, our government continued with this agenda for reform in public financial management. In this regard, a major breakthrough was promulgation of the Public Finance Management Act 2019. The Act envisages strengthening management of public finances with view to improving the definition and implementation of fiscal policy for better macroeconomic management, clarifying institutional responsibilities related to financial management, and strengthening budgetary management. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a global health crisis and precipitated a sharp decline in economic activity. In just a few months, the COVID-19 pandemic turned from a health crisis into a global economic crisis, causing a much larger contraction in global GDP than the global financial crisis in 2008. The pandemic has accelerated the modernization of the public financial management reform sequencing tied to the citizen context delivers resilience. Economic, health, and government finance impact from shocks are modeled in scenario planning when formulating budgets. Improved response to shocks benefits from integrated financial data tied to outputs and outcomes. Now I'd like to just basically talk about what the government did post-COVID. I think when the government took over, there was a challenge of current account deficit. That was huge, 20 billion plus 10 billion of payments in foreign currency debt, and we had to go to the IMF. The economy was growing, with the rebased basis at 6.1%. and it contracted, and it came down to around 3.5%. But with COVID, it just went down and contracted to minus 1% in year 2020-21. Year 19 to 20. But what the government did, obviously, on the one side, they just kept, pumping money to support the vulnerable in the COVID crisis, whether it was, the people who needed subsistence, people, the companies who needed money for their employees, paying salaries, and then, of course, the vaccines, whatever else was needed, the government pumped in 1.2 trillion rupees into the system. That was, one side. And also the management of COVID, as managed by the Prime Minister and his team, was exemplary, because it was rated as one of the top 3 responses in the world by economists, by World Health Organization, and everybody else. So that by itself, through targeted, lockdowns, selected lockdowns, and obviously, effective, medical help. I think that was very good. But at the same time, the government also invested in agriculture, in export industry, in housing industry, and that, propelled the economy to have a V curve, and we in 20 will now like to have inclusive and sustainable growth. And what do you mean by inclusive and sustainable growth? I think sustainability of growth has been in our country a big question mark. Every 3-4 years, when we grow at around 5% plus, we just have to then go to the IMF because we run short of dollars. So sustainability meant 3 things. One, that our saving rate must go up, and unless our saving rate doesn't go up to 25 to 30%, we'll never be able to sustain growth rates of 6 to 8%. The second is that we have to bridge this gap between exports and imports. Exports at 8% of GDP and imports at around 20% of GDP leaves a very big gap, which, although we have very large remittances, obviously falls short. And then we have to again go to the IMF for dollars. And third is the productivity in our industrial sector and in productivity in our agriculture sector. So with keeping this in mind, we had short, medium, long-term planning done in 14 of our main kind of ministries, and we came up with a plan whereby we said we are going to focus on definitely the revenue collection. We are going to focus on agriculture, because agriculture in more than one ways affects around 44% of our GDP, 22% directly, but indirectly another 22%, and then 62% of our people live in the rural areas. So that's extremely important. And third is obviously exports and industry, and then we have a power energy sector which really is has a lot of challenges. We also talked about the financial system, whereby our financial system is not helping our economy the way it should be helping. Now, apart from this is what the focus of the budget was. We said we are going to grow by around 5%. The good news is that we are growing by 5%. But also we said that not only that we will grow in these areas, we will basically spend money on these areas, we will also said that we are not going to wait for the trickle down to help the poor people of this country. So we are going to just use the bottom-up approach, and we will have programs whereby we hit these bottom sections of our population directly. And we have now developed very unique, very innovative plans like Kamyab Pakistan program, where we are giving interest-free loans for agriculture, for business, for housing, and obviously the famous now and very important health card. So that by itself meant that in 3 to 5 years' time, the 4 million or so households at the bottom pyramid will be able to stand on their own feet economically, and they'll not be just dependent on the handouts. So I think that was important. So now the good news is that we basically have, the growth rate is there, but then we are faced with another a challenge. And the challenge is the global, commodity super cycle. This super cycle is affecting everybody. It's not affecting only Pakistan, but affecting the entire world, including, the West, the United States, and the East. So we are obviously part of the global village. We also do not have, our own oil imports, which is again very, healthy. And so sustainability is coming. We are not there yet. I think we have to just, as I said, those three elements, we have not, to fully address them. It will take us 3 to 5 years to make sure that we really are, growing in a sustainable manner and in an inclusive manner. So it will take time, but we are taking steps. What are we doing about, savings? We are basically increasing our revenues. We are basically increasing the footprint of our banking sector, which is only 33% of GDP. We want to take it to, 70, 80% in the next 7 to 8 years. I mean, once you have that, your saving rate will also go up. Then you have, import and export, gap. Exports are growing nicely, and we are now, giving emphasis on IT. IT today is, just last year exported $2.1 billion, this year probably 3.5, and we are giving them all the incentives that it should grow to, exports of $50 to $60 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. That will bridge the gap. That will really take the heat off this pressure on rupee. So that is it. Third is productivity, and now there are, when we went to China, we asked them, why don't you help us, improve productivity in the agriculture sector? And we also told them, why don't you populate, the SEZs which you have built, for us? That will give us, obviously the boost to our industrialization. Recently, we also announced an industrialization package that will also help. So I think what are we trying to do? What we are trying to do is, divorce ourselves from the past, whereby we just wanted to achieve growth. This time around, we want to achieve sustainable growth. And even if it means that if we have to grow 5% over the next 3-4 years, and by the way, IMF is saying that this is what we'll be doing, or this is what we can achieve now. So, but sustainability is the most important factor, because countries do not go to the next orbit unless they have grown at 6 to 8% for 20 years, 30 years. Just look at China, look at Turkey, look at some of the other countries. So our purpose is that we want to make sure that this country stands on its own feet. This country looks after the entire landscape of population, not just the top and upper middle classes. We want to make sure that we regain the prestige we used to have in the 60s when we were the 4th largest economy in Asia. We want to be in that league, and we don't want to be back with IMF over again. Thank you very much.
Asad, I would like to request you to come on stage, and Mr. Shaukat Tareen, if you could join us for a memento. Thank you so much. Today's event was a team effort. Our partners played an integral part in ensuring that we deliver on our goals for today's event. Their expertise, knowledge, and collaboration made this event a possibility. From our co-organizers, Shaista Aisha, CEO Seed Ventures, has sent us a special video message. Let's take a look.
Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed panelists and speakers and respected audience, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. I am Shaista Aisha, CEO of Seed Ventures, and I welcome you all to the Pakistan Leadership Conversations 2022. We are an ecosystem development and an impact investment organization, and we are very proud to be co-organizing these events along with ACCA in Islamabad, Karachi, and Lahore. When we talk about ESG and sustainability, large enterprises and the corporate sector have better systems and checks in place to ensure that they are complying with each of the elements of ESG. They also have the necessary human resource, the technology, the know-how, and access to human capital and expertise that can help them in achieving their ESG strategic objectives. On the other hand, when we look at the SME sector, they are fairly isolated from the ESG conversation. Worldwide, SMEs constitute about 90% of small and medium-sized businesses, and they employ 70% of the labor force. In Pakistan, 90% of our privately owned businesses fall in the SME sector, and they employ 78% of the non-agri labor force. It is expected that many of the people or the organizations that are falling within the SME sector do not know what ESG means, and they also do not have the requisite know-how in terms of how to develop an ESG strategy. The focus on ESG matters on how an organization treats its people, how it is managing its supply chain, and what are its plans for business continuity, and how is it managing its business governance. And when we look at all these factors, we feel that there is a very negligible amount of SME players who are thinking about these particular things. In our interaction and experience with SMEs, we have noticed that they focus on short-term goals, on survival, and on profit maximization. So ESG is essentially a conversation that is an add-on and is not central, intrinsic, or strategic to their business operations. And this, we feel, stands in the way of how they grow and scale within the industry. And we can see this within the financial sector. Now, despite the fact that the government of Pakistan and the financial sector is focused on increasing lending to the SME portfolio, according to the statistics of State Bank of Pakistan for 2021, banks lending to small and medium enterprises constitutes only 8.7% of their total lending to the private sector. And I think these numbers say a lot. Now, the difficulty in providing or giving access to finance to SMEs is the fact that they are unorganized, unstructured, and this they have structural issues, and this greatly reduces their credit worthiness with banks. Now, on the one hand, where SMEs are termed as the engine of growth for any economy or any country, in Pakistan, I do feel that the interest is tilted towards one sector, which is the IT-enabled services or e-commerce. And this sector has attracted a substantial amount of foreign investment last year, as the numbers show us. But for sustainable economic growth, we also need to concentrate on the manufacturing sector, and we need to grow this. So the SMEs that are operating within this particular sector, they form an integral part of our supply chain for the textile, for the food, for agri and engineering. And ensuring that the manufacturing sector within the SME portfolio is ESG compliant is essential, because then they are able to gain access to finance when they focus on governance and their finances and their best practices, and thereby they can scale their businesses, and eventually they can become part of the export economy. Now, keeping in mind their scale in comparison to large enterprises, integrating practices of circularity and digitization can actually help SMEs, because they can eliminate waste faster and they can reduce their pollutions much faster in comparison to their larger counterparts. In 2019, SEED, in collaboration with FCDO, conducted a research on SMEs to understand their issues on business integrity and ethics and their challenges, and what kind of practices were in play within this particular sector. And our findings revealed that most of the SMEs agreed that integrity and ethics was central to how a business operated. And they also believed that the focus should significantly be on managing integrity and ethics, because this usually turns out to be an issue and impedes their ability to work with international clients because of their unstructured methodologies. They're not big on governance, and this usually stops them in creating collaborations and partnerships that they required in order to expand. Also, in our research, we noticed that SMEs lacked an understanding of occupational health and safety practices, and they did not know how to comply with international laws and regulations related to OHS. So if they were provided with the requisite training and understanding, they would be in a better position to work with the international market. As a result of our scoping exercise, we developed a charter of integrity, and ACCA was monumental in the development of this particular charter, because they provided us with strategic suggestions and strategic inputs that helped us shape that particular document. So this charter is built on 8 principles: anti-corruption and bribery, human rights and modern slavery, conflict of interest, occupational health and safety, fraud, environmental protection and sustainability, whistleblowing, and overall compliance to the Charter of Integrity. If this document is instituted properly by the institutions that take this on, it can help SMEs develop a strong ethical reputation, and it can set them out to become more ESG compliant. Compliance with various laws and standards is ever increasing as businesses operate in different markets, as they deal with different global clients, and as they interact with a diverse set of cultures. For Pakistani companies to succeed and grow and expand globally, they need to adopt policies and best practices for issues like anti-corruption, which is a major issue for our SME sector. They need to integrate better human rights policies and practices. They need to focus on environmental protection. And we really need to start thinking about inclusion and diversity. Because in the long run, this will help to create a business environment that is more conducive to growth and encourages economic prosperity. We would like to invite all the SMEs who are present in the audience, who are listening to this, to become part of this movement. We would be happy to help you institute the Charter of Integrity into your business operations. And not just that, we can also help you develop your ESG strategies and frameworks that can help you work better with international clients and place you better in the international market. There is a great opportunity for growth here if it is understood correctly. SMEs, irrespective of their size and their scale, need to understand that ESG is something that adds a lot of value. And eventually it opens doors, because investors are now looking for organizations and institutions that are ESG compliant to put their money into. So this eventually opens doors to access to finance. And it also helps to make organizations more resilient. It is also important to understand here that this is also a moment of great responsibility. Businesses that fail to comply to international ESG and CSR standards face the risk of legal sanctions, supply chain exclusion, and barriers preventing long-term sustainability of their business growth. They need to step up. We also need to step up. Pakistan needs to develop an ESG compliant business community for fast-paced, sustainable economic growth. Thank you for your attention and thank you for listening. I wish you all a very good day. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you so much, Shaista, for your words and your support today. Joining us all the way from London is ACCA's Chief Executive, Helen Brand. Helen Brand joins us virtually today and has a special video message on rethinking our world, accounting for inclusivity, change, and growth. Let's take a look.
and thank you for this chance to share a few words with you today. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to talk to all of you as friends and partners of ACCA. Our theme today, Rethinking Our World, Accounting for Inclusivity, Change and Growth, is well chosen. It goes to the heart of the challenges we all face as policymakers, business leaders, accountants, or simply as citizens. We live in an era where it's crucial for us to rethink how we live, how we work, how we produce, and how we consume. The major issues shaping all of our concerns and decisions is, of course, climate change. How do we rethink our economies and societies in such a way that we turn back the catastrophic tide of global warming? I don't need to tell an audience in Pakistan about extreme weather changes. You know that the peril of drought alternating with deadly floods threatens the viability of agriculture. You know that as oceans rise, coastal regions and great maritime cities like Karachi will suffer. This isn't alarmist. The danger has shifted in just a generation from theoretical to the probable, unless we find a way to change course. ACCA has long believed that a new philosophy of business and a sea change in policy are essential if we're to find a sustainable model of development which guarantees the health of the planet. For us, as accountants and as leaders, it's about driving good, well-considered decisions and business strategies that consider people and the planet as well as profit. It's about a new way of measuring success and counting value that takes into account wider measures than the financial bottom line. In our view, professional accountants are ideally placed to serve these interests in business as experts who are also trained in the highest ethical standards, command a mastery of technical expertise, and possess an all-round view which takes in the entire picture of a business's activities. This is where and how accountants can add their value and make their contribution as we rethink our world. I'm pleased to say that there's been an enormous shift in opinion on these questions in recent years. It was pleasing, for instance, to hear some of the language used at the COP26 climate conference in Scotland in November, which reflected the thinking of ACCA and our members and community in recent years. The former governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, for example, said that investors increasingly insist on a social return for their capital, not simply the biggest financial dividend. In words which you wouldn't have heard from a world finance leader only a few years ago, he said, "Businesses which don't step up as good citizens will find themselves out in the cold and starved of funds. Companies that have plans in place to reduce the emissions will find the capital, those who don't, won't." It's increasingly a case of change or go out of business. We set out some of the ways that professional accountants and other business leaders can drive action in the organisations they lead and work for in our recent report, Climate Action and the Accountancy Profession. These include getting executive support for climate risk on board agendas, leading net zero transition plans, planning ESG and net zero at the heart of organisational strategy, ensuring that financial and non-financial reporting are connected with a clear narrative, fostering integrity and trust in sustainability-related information with robust methods of assurance, and minimising greenwashing. Importantly, increasing awareness and education on ESG, that broad umbrella of issues which takes in environment, social and governance, is looming ever larger on corporate agendas everywhere. Inclusion has always been central to our values, and from our early days we've admitted anybody to study for ACCA regardless of social background, race, gender or any other characteristic. If you had talent, ambition and the will to work, you were accepted. It was revolutionary for its time and in some parts of the world still is. But we stand up for these values and champion inclusion for all people. ACCA has enjoyed great success and lots of growth in Pakistan in recent years, much helped by our focus on inclusion, which is a cause of great satisfaction. I'm especially happy that we attract so many women to study as accountants. Our members do so much advocacy work to encourage female participation in the profession, and the fruits of that are shown in the rise of women in accountancy and in professional life generally. In discussions and meetings I've had with female ACCA students and members in Pakistan, I sense their ambition and determination. Many see finance as a world where they can get on and make a career free from preconceptions about gender. It's deeply inspiring and makes me feel that the future of gender equality and opportunity for women in Pakistan is full of hope. Finally, let me thank you once more for this opportunity to speak with you today and to share my thoughts on how ACCA and all of us here today can play our part in rethinking the world for the good of all people, regardless of who or where they are. Have a great day, and my best wishes go to all of you.
Thank you so much, Helen, for your message. Our first panel discussion is centered around the topic Beyond the Pandemic, Roadmap to Pakistan's Economic Recovery. To deliver the keynote address for the discussion, I would like to request Mr. Mohammad Asfar Ehsan, Chairman, Board of Investment and Minister of State.
Thank you. First of all, I'm grateful to ACCA for inviting me here. My association with ACCA is very long. In my personal capacity and my previous role as the founder of Nutshell Group, I worked with ACCA very closely, with their local leadership as well as their global leadership also. We hosted Helen Brand several times in Pakistan. We hosted their elected president several times and their senior officials also. My childhood friend Ayla is here, and she's a Global Council member. My friends Sajid Aslam, Hamad, Asad. I think and I strongly believe that ACCA is doing commendable work in Pakistan. And why I like ACCA? Because this is a global brand, working in over 100 countries. And their expansion in Pakistan and their effective role in Pakistan is also a source of our image marketing in the global community through ACCA. So thanks to ACCA on behalf of Government of Pakistan also. My dear friends, my today's topic is Roadmap to Pakistan's Economic Recovery after Pandemic. Pakistan's economy has experienced challenges during the past 2 years on account of stabilization measures and the COVID-19 outbreak that kept the economy below its potential level. The COVID-19 pandemic that engulfed the whole world is one in a century event which has exposed the inadequacy of healthcare systems around the world. The loss of millions of jobs, closure of businesses, and tipping millions into extreme poverty were obvious outcomes all over the globe. However, Pakistan did much better in coping up with the pandemic compared to many countries. And this was under the able leadership of the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan. My dear friends, despite multiple challenges, Pakistan's economy is moving progressively on higher, inclusive and sustainable growth path on the back of various measures and achievements during the year. Pakistan was implementing a stabilization policy post-crisis of 2017-18, and the economy was recovering from macroeconomic imbalances, but COVID-19 slowed down the pace, which was recovered initially, but the advent of second and third wave brought significant challenges which were met by the timely prudent policies of the government. Pakistan has implemented a comprehensive set of measures like the economic stimulus package of rupees 1,250 billion, a constructive package and expansion of the social safety net to protect the vulnerable segments of the population, as well as monetary policy support and targeted financial initiatives. These measures supported the economy in mitigating the severe impact of the pandemic. Unlike other economies across the world, Pakistan's economy began to revive at a faster pace in the early half of 2021, owing to significant rise in domestic economic activity. The prudent decisions of the government with accommodative fiscal and monetary policies helped the economy to regain its pre-COVID-19 trajectory. My dear friends, as a result, today, Alhamdulillah, the economy is steadily progressing towards more sustainable and inclusive growth. The economy has witnessed a V-shaped recovery with 3.9% growth in 2021 against the negative growth of 0.47% last year. It is worth mentioning that after 15 years, the economic growth has surpassed its target. The outgoing fiscal year has witnessed a broad-based recovery across the sectors, supported by various sector-specific measures implemented by the government. The measures to uplift the agriculture sector paid off in terms of improved productivity of important crops. Pakistan's economy is now on course towards a strong and sustained recovery. The pandemic resulted in lockdown and depressed demand. Adequate government policies were implemented to keep economy moving. Utilization of unused industrial capacities during the pandemic also helped in economic recovery. Similarly, the performance in large-scale manufacturing, construction, and export sectors is encouraging. The current account also remained in surplus. The fiscal deficit is manageable. The primary balance is also in surplus. And foreign exchange reserves surpassed $22 billion in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, government took several important policy decisions, monetary and fiscal measures, smart lockdowns, rapid vaccination, and several other initiatives. National Command and Operating Center, NCOC, under the leadership of the Planning Minister Asad Umar and also the Health Minister Dr. Faisal Sultan, and our army officials, as a single organization, was made responsible to take key decisions in collaboration with the provinces. I personally witnessed their meetings, and this was outstanding, a classic case study of the public sector decision-making based on the data. Situation was put under control due to government's timely decision-making. Numbers of daily COVID-19 cases are presently on declining trend. And in this regard, I must commend the policies and few bold decisions, courageous decisions of the Prime Minister Imran Khan. My dear friends, prior to COVID-19, the working population was 55.74 million. This number declined to 35.04 million, which indicates people either lost their jobs or were not able to work. Due to prudent decisions by the government, working population reached 52.56 million till October 2020 and is rising now. Manufacturing has witnessed broad-based growth as major sectors of LSM have shown significant improvement, that is textile, food, beverages and tobacco, non-metallic mineral products and automobile. First 9 months of 2021 recorded highest period-wise growth of 8.99% since fiscal year 2007. Current account posted a surplus of $0.8 billion during July-April fiscal year 2021 for the first time in last 17 years. Inflows of foreign exchange through the Roshan digital account crossed $1 billion mark. During July to April 2021, workers' remittances posted historically high growth of 29% and reached to 24.2 billion. Keeping in view the significant performance to FATF conditions, potential of exports and e-commerce, Pakistan has been added into the Amazon's seller list. My dear friends, FBR tax collection has witnessed a significant growth of around 18% during July to May fiscal year 2021, owing to the revival of domestic economic activity and ongoing comprehensive tax policy and administrative reforms. Primary balance remained in surplus at 1% of GDP, highest level through the first 3 quarters in 12 years. Due to its impressive growth, Pakistan Stock Exchange earned the title of being the best Asian market and 4th best performing markets around the world in 2020. Profile of domestic debt has improved significantly during the tenure of the present government, as short-term debt as percentage of total domestic debt has decreased to 23% at end March 2021 compared with 54% at end June 2018. My dear friends, over 80% of the net borrowing from domestic sources was through medium to long-term domestic debt instruments like Pakistan investment bonds and government Ijara Sukuk during first 9 months of 2021. Pakistan has entered the international capital market after a gap of over 3 years, raising $2.5 billion through Eurobonds. The policy rate remained unchanged at 7%, which improved business sentiments and thus stimulating economic activities, enabling employment to recover. My dear friends, as Finance Minister Shaukat Tareen also mentioned, that under the Kamyab Jawan Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, rupees 8,566 million has been disbursed till April 2021 to the youth for various businesses. The 10 billion tree tsunami program has achieved plantation of approximately 350 million plants during July to March 2021, and about 100,000 daily wages have been employed till March 2021. Over 800 million plants have been regenerated in last 2 years. My dear friends, IMF has acknowledged that the government policies have been critical in supporting the economy and saving lives and livelihoods. The IMF and Pakistan have announced the resumption of its stalled $6 billion loan program. During the year, all 3 major credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's, reaffirmed their sovereign credit ratings for Pakistan. The reaffirmation is reflective of the sound policies of the present government and of the confidence reposed by these leading international institutions in the country's economic outlook. My dear friends, I joined the present government as Chairman Board of Investment 3 months back, and I personally witnessed and experienced the seriousness of the present government and especially the Prime Minister Imran Khan. He's always ready for the opposing views. He's always ready to facilitate the investors. And in the last 3 months, what I experienced, that Pakistan is on the right direction. Yes, there are multiple challenges. There are roadblocks. There are red tapes. There are systematic hurdles. But things are moving step by step. There is a need of collaborative approach amongst all the stakeholders of the country, because Pakistan is first, our political affiliations are second. This country's prosperity is most important for all of us. In last 3 months, we activated the China front. During the Prime Minister's visit of China, we signed the framework agreement with China. I was privileged to be the signatory of Pakistan, and NDRC chairman from China also signed this document. Under the China's structure, the framework agreement is very important. This is a historical document. Now we are going to implement this framework. And we also initiated 2 months back, the Pakistan-China Investment and Business Forum with 20 leading corporations from both sides. This was BOI's initiative under the chair of Prime Minister Imran Khan. And both embassies in Pakistan and China are collaborating with us. An idea is to engage and work on outreach for engagement of maximum investors from both sides for collaboration and joint ventures. We are also working in different countries in specific sectors. And let me assure you, without any claim, I'm not claiming anything, but in the near future, you will see the materialization of few investments in different sectors in Pakistan. I'm talking about the FDI. And this is just the beginning, because we are doing a strong follow-up. We are working like a corporate sales office of Pakistan. We are also acting like a corporate customer center of Pakistan at BOI. In last 3 months, if you do the survey, the investors, hundreds of investors visited us, the existing and the new. This is the new face of Board of Investment. And this is what Prime Minister always urged us to facilitate investors. And our focus, our majority, 80%, 90% focus, is to facilitate the existing investors of Pakistan, whether local or foreign. On parallel, we are working for the FDI as well. We are also working for the marketing as well. So what I want to say, that there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut for attracting investment or building the country. I think this is also a question for the patience of the nation as well. आजकल बहुत बातें चल रही हैं, बहुत रूमर्स हैं, कभी डी चौक भरा होता है, ड्राइंग रूम टॉक्स भी आबाद हो गई हैं, टीवी टॉक शोज भरे हुए हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे बस लगता है कि गवर्नमेंट आज गई, गवर्नमेंट कल गई. लेकिन एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से कि गवर्नमेंट कहीं नहीं जा रही. गवर्नमेंट इज हियर एंड प्लीज फोकस ऑन वर्क एंड लेट्स कोलैबोरेट फॉर अ प्रॉस्परस पाकिस्तान. पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद.
Asfar, could I please have you back on stage? And Asad Hamid Khan, Ayla Majid, I would request you to join us to deliver Mr. Asfar his memento. Thank you so much. To moderate the panel discussion and to introduce our esteemed panel, I would like to request Ms. Noorulain Zafar, Head of the Department of Professional Qualifications, Career Development Center and Student Management, TMUC.
Let us see if this is working. Thank you so much, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. One thing that I do feel before I introduce the panel here is कि इतनी खामोशी है इस कमरे में. It feels like, you know, we're a bunch of approximately more than 150 people in the room. Can we please have a round of applause so that I know that everybody is alive? Brilliant. Okay, because we are having the Pakistan leadership conversations, I'm so pleased that I'm on the other side this time around. This place is my family, a lot of familiar faces here as well that I see, which makes me more comfortable. But before I invite the panel up on the stage, we are discussing a very important panel, like Sidra mentioned, that we're looking at the roadmap to economic recovery. But मेरे कुछ चंद सवालात हैं जो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छे resonate करेंगे. But I want a show of hands when I ask you these questions, ताकि मुझे पता चले कि फिर मेरी आवाज़ भी जा रही है, मेरी बातें भी समझ में आ रही हैं. And this will make our panel discussion even more engaging as well, hopefully. How many of you feel the pain of filling your car tanks at the start of the week? सच बताइए, ज़रा दुख होता है वो पैसे निकालते हुए 7,000, 8,000 जो फुल कराते हैं? अच्छा, बाकी सबके मेरे ख्याल से husbands facilitate करें या wives facilitate करें. How many of you have gone from a single earning household family to maybe a double or a 1.5 household earning families during the last 2 years? Have you figured out other avenues of raising revenues or funds? Brilliant. Okay. So there's still some thought. With that, let me call the honorable panel that we have here. Thank you so much, the Chairman Saab, for setting the scene for what we are going to discuss, and also some of the key deliverables from what Shaukat Saab was also saying. We are going to have their conversations simulated. But let me quickly call up on stage the panel. So we have Mr. Barkan Said, the CEO of Vistic Solutions. Can we have a round of applause again, please? Brilliant. Everybody has taken out their time. This is happening after 2 years. We are hopeful for a very engaging discussion. Please, sir. Next up, we have, again, a very familiar face, somebody who has worked very closely with me as well the last many years, Mr. Hassan Daudbert, the CEO of KP Board of Investment and Trade. Left wali side jeet rahi hai. यहाँ पे जो members हैं और employees हैं, they need to up their games. Again, somebody that is very, this is a very well thought of panel, I must say. Thank you so much, Waqar and Asad. Sardar Abu Bakr, the SEVP, Chief Finance and Digital Officer, Mobiling Microfinance Bank. Mr. Abid Qayyum Suleri, the Executive Director of SDPI. Abid Saab, thank you so much for coming, joining us here, and making this panel more inclusive. In addition to myself, we have Ms. Ayla Majid, the ACCA Council Member, Founder and CEO of Planitive. Great, thank you so much, everybody. We'll just wait for Ayla to settle down. We are discussing Road to Recovery and listening to the conversation that's been taking place since morning. There's some key factors that I would like to set for the panel before we go into individual discourse and discussion. What we like to do is we have approximately 40 minutes for our discussion, gentlemen and lady, and we would like that if there are any questions and you would want the audience to also to ask questions to our esteemed panel, they are here and they'll gladly answer those for you. Let's just look at some of the discussions that have been taking place since morning and why ACCA has set the theme on these very 4 important aspects, and how these people who are here are actually contributing to those aspects is something that I think it's wise that you should know. So when we say that, yes, we are talking about, digital, we are talking about sustainability and ESG, we're talking about ethics, and then we're talking about the future workforce as well. A lot of the discussion since morning where we spoke about a younger population, 130 million approximately, representing Pakistan, and then we are also looking at how our exports have also gone up roughly to around $1 billion per month. We have felt the impact of COVID on a lot of economic metrics in Pakistan. But having said and done, we are now at a point where there's only one way to go, and that is up, right? So when we talk about recovery, a lot of the discussions that were taking place since morning have been around, a bottom-up approach. What this panel and my goal would be to figure out ways in which we could have a more horizontal up approach, in which we look at different aspects and different versions of where the economic recovery can actually be put up in place. So I have a set of questions that I want to ask each panel, because I believe that a lot of this is very pertinent, but I'm going to pose The first one to you, Abu Bakr, because we're talking about digital as the first theme. You're representing here the fastest growing microfinance bank in the country. I hope this is the right figure that I'm sharing. Yes, spot on. See, I read up. How is a bank like yours overall contributing to the digital upscaling of the country, number one? And how are the financial services that you're offering, how are they tailored so that you can maximize the amount of impact that you are giving to the stakeholders?
Thank you, Noor. It's a pleasure to be here. I think when it comes to a bank like ours, our focus is definitely the MSME segment. But I would like to make a couple of comments related to that and how we're working with it as well. So there was a discussion around that the SMEs are the backbone of any economy, and I completely agree. Last year we said that SME should be marked as small medium emergency, not small medium enterprise. अच्छा अगर थोड़ी सी अगर मैं खुल के बात करूं तो why should an SME care about the environment? Come on. If they can't make enough money to go home and run a running business, the environment comes way late on the agenda. I'm sorry. Now, it doesn't mean the environment isn't important. Of course, it's the biggest challenge we have. But we must have focused approaches towards the segments and their needs. And when they grow responsibly, they will take care of the environment. For an SME, for us, financing is most important. That's what we as Mobilink Bank like to do. Almost 30% of our portfolio finances the MSME segment. Now, I'm not going to name a certain commercial bank, a fairly large commercial bank. I was sitting in Karachi the other day and there was a comment that our SME portfolio has grown to 0.5 billion rupees. Badi taliyan baji. And I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked. 0.5 billion rupees is nothing. It's a banking profits dekhe na to ek cheent hai jo aage giri hai. We must now impose regulatory limits. If the banks and fintechs don't shape up, they need to shape out. We must impose now minimum financing for the MSME segment. We must. जिस तरह अभी स्टेट बैंक ने बैंकिंग ऑन इक्वालिटी फाइनली डाइवर्सिटी एंड इंक्लूजन पे बड़े अच्छे स्टेप्स लिए हैं. देयर इज अ बैंकिंग ऑन इक्वालिटी पॉलिसी दैट हैज बीन इम्प्लीमेंटेड. हाउसिंग फाइनेंस पे बैंक्स को कह दिया कि जी अब एक सर्टेन परसेंटेज जो कर्जे जो हैं अपने हाउसिंग फाइनेंस में देने हैं वो लाजिम कर दिया है. तो द SME प्रोडक्टिव सेगमेंट must be supported in this way. We cannot just give subsidy and guarantee schemes and say that it will all be works. So I definitely think that the SME segment is a priority for Mobilink Bank, and we need to do more as well. It's not a sales pitch for Mobilink Bank. Second thing I would say is on digital financial services. Yes. Digital financial services or digital business, I always say, is the great equalizer, right? It removes and can help alleviate poverty. अमीर गरीब के फ़र्क को कम कर सकता है because now you can actually run a business through your phone. You can actually do that. Now it's not necessary कि जी आपने अपनी अगर कॉमर्स शॉप खोलनी है तो आप एक brick and mortar पे करें. You can be a seller on. I'm not saying it because I get along with him. He's not around here, but BOI जो है Asfar. One thing that I like about BOI as compared to some of the other units of branches of government is that they are also here when others are speaking. They listen to those views. So they don't give their talk and leave. They sit here, they say, okay, how can we exchange ideas? What is the insight? What is the... फिर उनके पास पूरी digital inventory खुल जाती है. पूरा digital world खुल जाता है where they can sell. And Daraz said, yes, we're going to do this. We handheld them, created digital shops for them in Daraz. And छोटा number है, but in 3 months, 200 खवातीन ने became sellers on Daraz as digital sellers.
Oh, wonderful.
And I think digital financial services is going to be the future. I would actually like to appreciate that the State Bank of Pakistan is a forward-looking regulator. The measures that they have taken over the last few days and months on Asan mobile account, on Asan digital account that was launched, USSD channels, that can help drive it forward. I'll stop it here. I'll just say that I think our focus must be SME in action, not on words. And I think digital ko hum truly use kare as to benefit the masses, not a niche segment.
Yeah, very nicely said, and thank you for sharing that success story. Because ये हमारा एक comfort level जो सारा ecosystem है जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं. Listening to what Aisha was also saying, and I think when you also spoke about the Charter of Integrity, yes, in the end, it makes a lot of sense when you're talking about, focusing on sustainability development initiatives. But if there's no business, then what is it worth? And I think Barkan would be the right person to then speak about this now, because he is representing a tech organization. Since morning, Barkan, and at any forum, wherever we are talking about economic recovery, Parvez Saab is here as well, so the second panel discussion will also focus a lot on focusing on the entrepreneurial ecosystem. I want to know that when we speak about the entrepreneurial ecosystem, how conducive do you think, or how aggressive do you think the policies of the government are to support our startups to, thrive? Have you experienced this as a founder, as a serial entrepreneur, Barkan, who's been doing it for a while? Do you feel that it's converted? It's right here at the button. Yeah, it's on now. Yeah.
Okay. So I've been doing business for the last 14 years in Pakistan, and have been being chairman of Pakistan Software House Association. All the software companies in Pakistan, they're also connected with us somehow or the other. I would not say that the environment is absolutely brilliant, because running a business in this country is still difficult than selling plots and buying plots. You have to deal with dozens of institutions. Wherever the government is not able to provide duty to its citizen, it delegates easily to the companies. So whatever bill comes in the parliament, probably to provide social security, the companies have to take care of it, then the pension, then the companies have to take care of it. Then globally, even the paternity and maternity leaves are adjusted in the tax. Here in Pakistan, it's just announced that you give these leaves, that's about it. Then there is an organization that asks the companies to give disability. Everything is basically delegated to the government, delegated to the companies, but nothing is given in return. And then there are problems like financial issues. For example, even in the IT sector and the startup space, one of the biggest challenges that it is very hard to get financing, because invoice financing, other financing, because the only property that we own is our intellectual property. Yeah. But having said all of that, it's not, I think it's getting better over the years, especially in the government, in the IT space. The government has put a lot of focus on us. Yeah. We had, for example, a huge issue sending even money to our vendors abroad. We could not send money to Google, Facebook, because we are digital companies. We have to advertise, market internationally. IT companies have another challenge, that most of our business is coming from outside Pakistan, and it was difficult to get payments from Pakistan. So even getting a payment gateway in Pakistan with a bank in Pakistan is a horrible experience. But now, having said all these things which are bad, let me tell you a few things which are happening good in Pakistan. One is that the government has allowed the IT companies at least to open a dollar account, so at least we can bring money in dollars, we can send abroad without any questions. Yeah. That is one good thing that has happened. And generally the State Bank used to think that it will somehow give the flight of money, but we will only be allowed to take out what we have brought in. So okay. That is one good thing. Yeah. On the payment gateways front, the State Bank has been an excellent regulator. Yeah. Like Abu Bakr mentioned with JazzCash, and they are opening up to a lot of things, and they have allowed a lot of private fintechs to open payment gateways, which are much easier. But right now, I mean, in the past 1 or 2 weeks, we have integrated payment gateway very easily, which was very difficult with a bank.
Brilliant.
But it was a private small startup, we just got a license, so it was very easy for us to include that. And plus again, a lot of things are, the government is even asking us questions, just the final piece, that the government is also asking us questions like, what do you need, what other things do you need, and whenever we give them any feedback, there is very positive feedback from them. Definitely, it is difficult for them to finish things which apply on every sector of Pakistan and give some special preference to the IT sector.
Yes.
But I think they are going a step further, and I think with the mindset that is there, it will take time.
Yeah.
But eventually, even just the final, in the startup space,
Yeah.
forming a company in Pakistan, bringing money into that, and taking it out
Yeah.
was a huge problem.
Yeah.
There were many challenges
Yeah.
with SECP. There were many debt-related instruments which our financial system and our RSI system did not understand.
Yeah.
So all those systems slowly and steadily, with the big things, small things are happening too.
And are you excited about the 0% tax rate on the tech companies? Say
Honestly,
yes.
honestly, it was there before as well. So
Oh.
it got there for 1 year on the push of IMF.
Yes.
We are excited because 0% tax mean the tax guy does not ask me, does not calculate the 1%. So
Okay.
so that is a big sign, that is a big relief again. We were not expecting it, so yes, we are happy.
Excellent.
But the government has, although the focus has been on the tax exemption, somehow tax gets more importance in Pakistan.
Yes.
But the government has announced a cash reward for
Yeah,
us,
yeah.
the dollar account. These are more important things than the tax exemption.
Yeah, great, excellent. No, so but thank you for sharing, and I think this is important for the young crowd here as well, because in the Pakistan leadership conversations, ever since we started off in 2017 and 18 and 19, what Asad was also showing in the morning was a pledge that we always used to take, and one of the pledges was always that accountants, ACCA members specifically, make the largest sector of the BPO industry as well. And so for them to have these services available and the efforts, the tiny efforts that the government is taking, I think they're going to go a long way. I want to now move towards Hassan Saab, and because we spoke about public-private partnership, sir, you and I have been in a lot of collaborations in which we have seen a lot of talk happening on the KPBO IT front as well, with other partners, with other donor groups as well, where there was always talk around public-private partnership. And I want to take this stage and I want to hear your thoughts around it, because in KP specifically, we have seen so many such initiatives work very well. When we talk specifically about the two most important aspects of economic recovery, we're talking about your labor productivity, and we're talking about your agri productivity, right, in a country like Pakistan. But कैसे प्राइवेट पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं सर, जो केपी में बहुत सक्सेसफुली रन किए हैं, आई वुड वांट टू शेयर सम ऑफ द लर्निंग्स, हाउ यू हैव मेड दैट कंड्यूसिव कल्चर इन विच टू अलाउ मोर पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप्स टू थ्राइव.
Thank you very much, and thank you ACCA for letting us speak and letting a province like Khyber Pakhtunkhwa be represented by its Board of Investment coming here speaking about the initiatives that we are taking. And I'm so happy my colleagues on my right and left have spoken some good words about the government, because as government's advocate, sometimes it becomes a challenge in a forum like this. But what is happening, and this is not just true for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa but rest of Pakistan, is that the transformation is happening. People of my age has seen so much in last 50 years, from 9/11 to economic meltdown to now COVID pandemic, and the way that things are transforming globally, and the way that we are behaving with nature, I think more challenges are there. So as part of the government in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, when COVID struck us in March, we immediately, I was part of the council which representing the industry. We thought of few initiatives that, because then we realized that the province in a way was on its own in terms of productivity, because inter-provincial movement was halted. And we realized that most of the factories in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa were working on human resource from Punjab and Sindh. So therefore, the initial initiatives that we worked on, and we spoke to the government, and I had this great discussion with our finance minister. We thought that we should build up our own policies in a time when there is retardation on the economic front and less exports is happening, industries are not functioning the way they should. So we crafted our industrial policy, we crafted our commerce and trade strategy based on competitiveness, based on resilience, working on the sick and dead industry. And then we also crafted our 5-year investment strategy. And that investment strategy was around the public-private partnership. Because for province like Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which has battled, terrorism and its aftermath of 9/11, this time, each stakeholder in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa thinks this time as a great opportunity of bringing investment, contributing. And when we went to Expo in Dubai and when we spoke to the Pakhtun community there, we were actually overwhelmed by the response that we got because of them wanted to come back. So this is the good part. And now what are the challenges as far as the public-private? The government nodes in each department, their capacity building needs to be done as of yesterday. There are challenges in terms of their acceptability, because please remember, for public sector, novelty is a curse. So any new idea, when it comes, it's challenged immediately, and then you have to craft your way and look at how to address people, talk to the stakeholder, tell them the opportunities that are available. So what I would request from this forum is that ACCA and other able bodies which are sitting here come in support of the government in terms of building our capacity to taking on the challenge of public-private partnership. Here we've signed about MOUs for $8 billion for all in our Expo drive, and all of them were public-private partnership. We're bringing integrated tourism zone, sustainable integrated. We're bringing new ideas and concept around public-private partnership. Sindh has done well, as by the way, on public-private partnership front. So what I, as the head of the Board of Investment in KP, thought of was taking Punjab and Sindh as our competitors. National drive, apni jagah, lekin,
healthy competition, absolutely.
Business is business and cup of tea is cup of tea.
Absolutely.
So we thought that as our competitor, we looked at policies which can attract investment globally and locally also. और बहुत सारे हमारे वो investors जो KP छोड़ के पंजाब में और सिंध में investment is doing wonderful in automobile sector, in other sectors, Huawei, Afridis. So हमने उनके साथ interact किया, and we spoke to them prior crafting these policies on the public-private part. हमने अपने Public-Private Partnership Act को totally flexible कर लिया है, especially for new ideas. अगर आप कोई नया idea लेकर आते हैं हमारे पास, the government will immediately embrace, especially in healthcare sector, in technology, in infrastructure development, and in tourism. So I think the government is now looking at possibilities, और जैसा आपने भी फरमाया, I mean, we can only move upwards from where we are now.
Right.
और मैं एक बात lastly, मुझे my young colleagues sitting on right and left, उनकी बातों से मुझे Lenin की एक बात याद आई, and I'm wearing my academian cap now. There are decades in which nothing happens, and there are months and days in which decades happen. So I think we are passing through that time where a lot of things are happening, और हम सबको, each one of us, youngsters, young, not so young like me, have to embrace the technology, even in public-private partnership role.
Brilliant. No, sir, thank you so much. And I think some very valid comments that you have shared, especially with regards to the sectors in which the KP government is working very aggressively. And since we're talking about a lot about policies, Sileri Saab, I know you've been writing a lot about stagflation, December 2021. I was reading an article last night that you had written, and there was a brilliant concept there around, K-shaped inflation, and I wanted you to, just guide our audience here a little bit as to, what the perspective was. Overall, what you had written in your article was also around positive recovery factors. There's a lot that is existingly being done as well, but what do you think should be the goal for the upcoming year, especially with regards to, all that is happening in the country? There's going to be a budget as well, again in a few months. Are we geared to, just have a lot more inflation? Or do you think that, things are gonna get better?
ग्लोबली जो उनका शेयर है, तो अगर आपके वजह से हो सकता है कि उतना उसका शॉर्टफॉल ना आए। हमारा आवर सर्विसेज सेक्टर इज़ फ्लरिशिंग, के शेप रिकवरी में जो एक सेक्टर जिसने कि रिबाउंस किया, डेट इज़ अवर सर्विसेज सेक्टर। आपका इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर जो है वो जाहिर है कि इस वक्त हिट हो रहा है कमोडिटी प्राइस हाइक से, रॉ मटेरियल से, डॉलर की प्राइस बढ़ने से, लेकिन डेट कैन स्टिल सस्टेन। इस वक्त हमें जो इंटरनली फोकस करना है वो करना है अपने पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ के पास कि उनके पास एक मिनिमलिस्टिक एजेंडा हो to take Pakistan forward.
Right. Sir, thank you so much for that. And I think I'll reiterate again आपके point से, और जो Chairman Board of Investment ने भी बात की थी वो यही की है कि the interest should be of the country irrespective of whatever political affiliation that we have. Ayla, there's been a lot of talk again around sustainability, and when we on a global level look at sustainability, everything collaborates and converges to impact investment. There's very little, I would say, that is being done in terms of research or maybe developing some kind of products around impact investing. And you're working now, on your project Planative, which is supposed to be focused on that. I want you to just comment. I'm sorry, we will just take this up for another 10-ish minutes. Just, I know that, they're being pressing me for time, but we'll just go in for another 10 minutes. I want your thoughts around how important is impact investment, especially when we're talking about sustainability.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here. We are doing this ACCA leadership conversation after a gap of 2 years, so it is definitely good to be, say, in a room full of people and exchanging ideas. Before I sort of talk about impact investing and sustainability in particular, the theme of today's discussion is around the recovery post-pandemic, and of course, given the dynamics of Pakistan as well. So I think we've also heard that post-pandemic or during pandemic, given all the tough challenges that we as a country had, Pakistan has done fairly all right. And I think now let's also sort of focus on what are the key sectors, and I'll sort of then link that into the sustainability area. So in Pakistan, some of the key important sectors that will drive the economic sort of development and also the social development are agriculture, the service sector, IT, healthcare. So these are some very, very important fundamental sectors. And I think sustainability has a role to play in everything in all of these sectors as well. There was a comment earlier made with regards to whether SMEs or smaller enterprises should be focusing on sustainability and the challenges that we have in terms of the climate change, in terms of in terms of everything else, in terms of having a good governance, in terms of having good ethical and integrity-based structures. I think this is extremely important because once we have these fundamental pillars in place, obviously there's an impact of all of this on any business, on any economy. But once we have these fundamental pillars in place, this is a guaranteed, safe framework for growth. And today we should not only be thinking about in the ecosystem of Pakistan, we should be looking at that how do we compete at the global front. Now in terms of bringing in finance, and this is where the impact investing also comes in, or finance from any source sort of comes in, which is a key ingredient for business growth. So when we bring in the sustainability lens and when we create the sustainability frameworks for growth, we are automatically giving out a message that stakeholders should trust us, stakeholders should trust our organizations, there is huge amount of funding that is earmarked, whether it is private sector, whether it is in the equity play, whether it is in the debt play, whether it is through impact investment. There's huge amount of investment that is earmarked for with the sustainability agenda. And I think Pakistani enterprises have a huge opportunity to benefit from this. In terms of attracting finance, and that's one of the areas that I work in, I think providing the right kind of information, being transparent, sharing what we do and what our roadmap is with sustainability lens. And here I would also bring in, of course, our responsibility towards climate change. At the end of the day, we should be mindful. Pakistan is the most vulnerable country. Whenever any climate catastrophe happens, it impacts the micro, the small, the large,
Absolutely.
every level of business, every level of organization, I would say. If it's a health crisis, it impacts everyone. COVID has shown this to us. And in a good way, the last 2 years have actually sort of made us rethink in a very accelerated manner. So I think there is, all of these fundamental pillars are extremely, extremely important. And I think we need to look at from an integrated planning perspective, whether it is within the business affairs, whether it is the policymakers. And I'm actually a big advocate that we should also look at doing things without a direct intervention from the government. I think each one of us have the responsibility. The government, of course, has to create and provide us the ecosystem, but we should also go for these amazing opportunities that exist out there, that have come out because of the supply chain disruptions that have happened. It's actually very sad that being an agriculture country, we import about, I think the last year's bill, if I have the number right, was around $10 billion. We import edible oil. We import oil to drive our cars. We import oil to drive our energies. We are importing LNG. We import everything. This is a country which is resource rich, and now we have the talent, if not physically available, we have the knowledge available from all over the world. Find out the opportunities, work on that, and contribute with a holistic plan that how do you benefit yourself, but also at a larger level, contributing to the growth of the country as well. Thank
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ayla. Do we have time for questions? I'm just asking the ACCA team, do we have 5 minutes for questions? Or should we be wrapping up? Or if anybody wants to ask a question, we can. All right. Okay. There's one question if somebody can, or if you can just speak it out. And can you please mention who are you addressing the question to and introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Ryan.
They're getting a mic across to you, Ryan. Just 1 second. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum ji, I'm Raid. I'm from S&P. I'm representing S&P. First of all, thank you so much for being extremely candid. I appreciate that. My question is to you, Barkan. So you did talk about software development and the improvement in the IT industry. I feel like creativity, innovation, and keeping up with the trends in the IT industry is one of the most important pillars. But I feel like our education sectors, unfortunately, fail to provide that. And we're creating more followers than innovators. So how do you think, in your opinion, the industry can partner up with the academia in order to ensure that they sort of live up with the trends?
I'll comment on this after Barkan does.
Thank you.
So this is a very important question, and I
Turn
think
your mic.
this is on. Yes. So this is a very important question, and I First of all, I agree that in the innovation space, I think both our academia and the industry has not performed to the level that a country we would expect to perform. A lot of innovation definitely in the world is driven from academia. And unfortunately, due to the policies that we had in the last 20 years, in the academia, our focus was more on the research paper producing production. And even though the projects that were funding, we have failed to create joint ventures between the IT companies and the academia, where we are jointly working on problems. So even a simple problem like creating our own operating system, right? That is something that does not require innovation, but still requires a lot of key components to be done, and probably we cannot expect the industry to do it because it's a high investment thing. So I think to do that, I do see in the companies, because you have to understand that an IT industry was really small. Most of our companies were very small companies who could not afford spending a lot of money on innovation and research. Now I see some, and again, there are not many companies who are providing products as well. We don't have a lot of products made in Pakistan. Unfortunately, if some situation like a war comes over and we have certain limitations on using the international software, then we will be in a big trouble because we do not have anything local. So I think, so now the problem is there, what we need to do. I think what we need to do is create some programs where the joint venture for the universities and the industry can happen together. It will do two things. First, we will start working on research and innovative products, research-based innovative products. And the second thing, the students working on those projects will become the leaders in the industry in the future to create products in the industry. So that, and create that kind of resource that we need in the industry. So this is what we need to do, very focused. Unfortunately, we have not worked on it, but inshallah we will hopefully soon.
And I can speak on the behalf of the academia, Ryan. It is because as a country, we have been very, very naive around sharing the success stories of entrepreneurs and of business leaders. And that is why, these conversations are so important. Because if we keep referring back to the founder of Google, the founder of Facebook, the founder of Microsoft, that's not going to create that relatability. So, that is something that, we need to keep in mind. And I guess I completely agree with Barkan, and, you would have this in the second panel as well. Abu Bakr, I know this is a topic close to your heart.
Now, can I just quickly add that not only is it, I would dare say that not only is it in the interest of academia to work with organizations, it's more in the interest of organizations to work with academia. Organizations will become dinosaurs if they do not implement creative ways of thinking, challenge status quo, have respectful, candid conversations, have young thoughts, diversity coming in. And that is the key to the future. And I think the work that the NICs are doing, for instance, in bridging that gap, the work that ACCA is doing in bringing those together, there is a lot going on, but we can spur this even more. Ayla spoke about the power of innovation, agriculture in Pakistan. Till when will we keep talking about agri-technology? I would love to talk about it at every forum. Agri-tech can help shape Pakistan. When do we get together to actually make it a reality? There is a lot of exciting work that young, talented minds, boys and girls are doing in Pakistan. And I'm sure that together we can give them a chance. So I think a lot of the people sitting in this room represent organizations. I do as well. It's up to us. If we don't want to be disrupted, we need to work with academia, and we need them more than they need us, to be honest.
I've noted this. Thank you so much, Abu Bakr. But thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions. I'm quickly going to wrap up the discussion for you because अगर आपने 1 घंटा गुजारा है हमारे अंदर invest किया हमें सारे panel को सुना, it's only important that the key highlights of what the panel discussed is also shared. So we spoke about the SME sector financing and how digital financial tech organizations need to also start spurring up and do more work for customers customer satisfaction and reaching out to a wider range of customer base. We spoke about public-private partnerships, especially the KP model, in which they are open for investments for other provinces as well. We spoke about some policies that the government has introduced, which has actually built the confidence of digital tech startups. Barkan mentioned that. One thing that I really like, I think the all panel, and since morning the discussion that we're having, is that selling a business is still a challenge. So if we can have these payment gateways that we spoke about, if we speak about creating more ease of doing business, that is really going to help us. I think one of the stakeholders that needs a pat on the back has been State Bank of Pakistan, in which, there has been slow improvement, but there has been improvement, and I think that is the light that we need to look at. So Larry Saab also mentioned that, the pace of the transformation is also important. So if we have to get out of something, you have to take these tiny steps and, make sure that there is also a capacity building process for organizations, for individuals, for professionals who are going to be the future ready, employers, and also generate, employment opportunities. I think we spoke a lot about agri-based financing as well, and Ayla touched based on how there are so many funding opportunities available around different aspects of economic recovery, of climate change as well, and we have representation who would be talking more about that as well. But I think in the end, we also spoke about, Barkan spoke about, joint ventures and how we need to have a culture of innovation even at the academia level. But overall, just to sum up, we were here to, look at, irrespective of, again, political affiliations, we are looking at the country and the prospects that are in Pakistan that we can all jointly explore. And I guess all of the panel members would agree that, it's all also around how quickly we're able to self-actualize Pakistan as a country and then be geared towards doing that. Can I have a round of applause to our panel? They've been phenomenal in your discussions. And I hope the conversation also then goes beyond this hall and this day today and does not just end with lunch, which I'm sure there would be lunch. So please keep up your spirits, and over to Sidra. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an insightful discussion. I would request all our panelists to stay on stage, as well as Noor, of course. And I would like to request Mr. Haroon Ahmed Jan, Mr. Malik Amin Aslam, and Air Marshal Suhail Aman to join us on stage. Could you please give the mementos? Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on stage. We would like to now take a quick 5-minute break. We would request all our attendees to grab a cup of tea or coffee and join us back for the second panel discussion. See you in a bit.
We are about to start again, so if we can request everyone to kindly be seated. So we are about to start in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We will continue our activities for today by calling upon our guest of honor, Mr. Malik Amin Aslam, Minister for Climate and Special Assistant to the Prime Minister.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Let me first of all thank the ACCA for inviting me over here. It's always been a very thought-provoking forum. I have attended their meetings before also, and I was enjoying the panel that happened before the break also. I've been asked to talk about climate change and its nexus with the business community, and I think it's a very important topic for Pakistan. Because Pakistan is a country which is really at the forefront of this issue. It's a global issue. We are not one of the big contributors. We are still less than 1% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, which are the main cause for climate change. But on the other hand, we are a country which has been on the top 10 list of most impacted countries for over 10 years now. So we are consistently on the top 10 list. And in fact, recently, there was a special categorization done of countries which have been consistently impacted by climate change. And there are only 3 countries in the world, Pakistan, Philippines, and Haiti, who are on that list. So it's an issue which is not of our making, but we are at the receiving end. But it is an issue which is not going to go away. There is no easy escape from Pakistan. It is going to remain with Pakistan in the foreseeable future. So we need to adapt and learn to adapt to climate change. And I think that's the important aspect of this whole issue. Our present government under our Prime Minister's vision is focused on 2 main pillars as far as climate change is concerned. The first pillar is to make sure that we don't become a part of the problem going into the future, but we become a part of the solution to climate change. And for that, we have given clear targets for a transition towards clean energy. We have targeted 2030 to have 60% zero carbon clean energy in our system. We have targeted 2030 to have a transition towards electric vehicles, 30% of our vehicles to be electric by 2030. And for both these steps, the processes are already in place. We are, on clean energy, we have the dams coming up which are going to produce zero carbon energy. Wind energy is an option. Solar is happening. I was just talking to our friend from USF. He was mentioning that, they are now, all the towers which are being put up by the companies are based on, mobile companies are based on solar energy. So all these steps are in the right direction as far as Pakistan is concerned. Similarly, on the electric vehicle, we have a policy which is in place. There's an interest in that. It's a win-win policy for Pakistan because it saves emissions, it saves the cost for the consumer, it offsets the import of petrol into Pakistan, which is the biggest import that we have. But we are at that stage of, the chicken and egg problem that the car makers want the charging stations and the charging stations want the cars to be in place. But we are trying to trigger that, and I'm sure that once that gets triggered, it will have an exponential increase in electric vehicles in Pakistan. The second pillar is very important for us. The first pillar is clean energy. The second one is to trust and invest in nature, what is called nature-based solutions. Globally, these are considered to be the best defense against climate change. If you want to solve nature's problem, you have to, make sure that nature becomes an ally rather than an adversary. And that's what Pakistan's philosophy is. We have a number of projects being undertaken under that vision. The 10 billion tree tsunami project, which is planting 10 billion trees across Pakistan from the alpine areas in the north to the mangroves in the south, and the riverine and the plantation forests in the plains of Pakistan. All of that is happening. We also are expanding our protected areas, which are again repositories of carbon dioxide, because they save wilderness, but they also absorb carbon dioxide. So our protected areas has increased by 50% in only 1 year. And that's been a record in the last 1 year. The number of national parks and protected areas has gone up by 50%. Similarly, there's a third project under this nature-based solutions umbrella, which is called Recharge Pakistan. Pakistan is a blessed country because we get a lot of water in Pakistan, but we are a country which does not use that water judiciously. We get about 30 million acre feet of water in a 100-day period. That's the 100 days in which we have the monsoons coming in from the south and the glaciers melting from the north. And this deluge of water happens almost every year, and we flush it into the Arabian Sea. And as soon as we've done that, we start crying that we are a water deficient country. So we are blessed with this water. We don't use it properly. So this Recharge Pakistan project is a project which is aimed at trying to use this crisis and convert it into an opportunity. We have about 15 wetlands on the left and right bank of the Indus which are degrading. So this water deluge, we want to divert it during that 100-day period into those wetlands, which will revive the ecology, but also the groundwater aquifer will start getting recharged in Pakistan. So these are the solutions we are working at as far as climate change is concerned. And we were very lucky that when we went to Glasgow last year, the whole world got together. And at the end of it, we had what was called the Glasgow Pact. And in the Glasgow Pact, the same two pillars that Pakistan had been working on since 2014 were the two pillars that they focused on. So what the signal that came out of Glasgow was very clear, although the political agreement was weak, but the signal to all the businesses across the world was very strong. And the signal was that we are looking into the future into a carbon neutral and a nature positive world. So both the pillars are the same, what Pakistan was already investing in. And these signals have actually had an effect post-Glasgow on all businesses. We were in Glasgow the only developing country which had 26 companies from Pakistan, private sector companies. And I was very excited because these companies came up to us. So it was not because of the regulator that these companies were acting, but they were acting because of their lenders and their buyers. And these companies, 26 companies, came out with net zero commitments off their own, voluntarily, and announced it at Glasgow. And these were big names. Most of them are textile, but we've got a cement industry, cables industry. So that was considered very positive. It showed that the industry in Pakistan is forward-looking. It is moving despite the regulator not asking it to move on that direction. Pakistan did not announce a net zero commitment. We actually were one of the countries that stood out and said that all the net zero commitments that have been announced at Glasgow, none of them had a 10-year pact. So they were all looking at 2060, 2070, and these are long-term time frames. None of us is going to survive till 2070. So our focus was that we are looking at the 10-year time frame. So our commitments, our actions are all based on a 10-year time frame. And that was also very well taken. At the start of it, we got some criticism that you don't have a net zero. But at the end of the conference, when they did an analysis of all the net zeros that were announced, none of them had a 10-year horizon. And that is why they started pushing that, now you have to talk about the 10-year horizon. We've already done that. And I think the direction is very clear. The signals from the scientists, the politics at the global level, and now the businesses have taken that up. The big change in Glasgow was that the business and the private sector reacted to the signals. And ever since that time, we've had a lot of interest from a lot of companies who want to offset their emissions coming to Pakistan. Big companies like Amazon, Gazprom, They have come to us and they can see the future. It's not going to be different. The next 10 years, it has to be carbon neutral. It has to be based on a nature-positive relationship. And I think that's the thing that the businesses in Pakistan, as I said, have already been forward-looking, but it needs to expand. I was talking to one of the companies of this 26 group, and they said they want to target now 100 companies by the end of this year. So it's a movement, I think, in the right direction. It shows that the new economy that the world is seeing, it's probably going to be the biggest economic transformation the world has ever seen, when you started shifting away from fossil fuels towards clean energy and towards a nature-positive world. And this will bring out risks, but it will also bring out big opportunities for companies who are willing to transform and adapt to it. Now, the two things I want to say at this forum at the end, because it's a forum of chartered accountants, is that climate risk and natural capital accounting. These are two things which are really at the forefront of this whole new economy that we're talking about. Climate risk consists of regulatory risks. For instance, Pakistan putting up a net zero target on all the companies. When it will do that? How will you adapt to it? But you need to factor in that risk when you make business decisions. The other part of climate risk is, of course, the impact risk, because of climate change happening on the ground and impacting your business. And that has to be factored in, it has to be numbered in, and I think the number crunching has to happen on both of these fronts. The other one, which is a very innovative idea, it started in the UK, where the UK government actually tasked out to a professor at Cambridge. He's come out with a report which is challenging the very basis of economics in the world. It's called the Das Gupta Report on Natural Capital. And it is saying that nature has never been valued in economic terms. And you have to start valuing nature for the services it provides, and it has to be done at a national level. So we in Pakistan have already started doing that. We've got, we've got an agreement with the World Bank, and that process is already underway. And we are actually working with the same economists who did this in the UK government. But when that happens, it is going to give a value to the natural assets of Pakistan. So we are starting, it's a two-step process. We are starting with our national parks, which are the high biodiversity areas, and trying to get a valuation done for those. So once that happens, then it will correlate with how businesses operate within that environment. So if you're going into an area which has got a high natural asset value, then you'll have to adapt to that. You'll have to, make sure that your business model does not destroy that ecology. And I think that's very important. And once it gets in dollar terms, it's going to have a serious impact. So I think these are the two things which I think your forum should be looking at and working at. It's very important for the future. In the end, I'd just like to say that, the climate change debate and paradigm is not just an ecological paradigm. It's now more an economic paradigm and a social paradigm and also a political paradigm. And our businesses need to, learn, need to adapt to it. They're already doing that, but I think it needs to be more widespread, and forums like the ACCA can really help in spreading that word and making sure that businesses understand that this is a future we cannot run away from. Climate change is happening. It is going to happen in our foreseeable future. We need to adapt to it, and our businesses need to adapt to it. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Asad Hamid Khan and Hamad Azim to give Mr. Malik Amin Aslam his memento. Ayla Majid, can I also request you on stage, please? Could I please have a round of applause for Mr. Malik Amin Aslam? आई थिंक अब तो हमने चाय शाय भी पी लिए, तो हमें एनर्जी ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए. Moving on to the keynote address for second conversation, I would like to invite Mr. Javed Iqbal, Chief Commercial Officer, STZA. He will be addressing the topic Building Pakistan's Tech-Driven Knowledge Economy. Mr. Javed Iqbal, could I please have you on stage?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Looks like everybody's geared up after the coffee, so maza aana chahiye session. Abhi tak mera khayal hai khana nahi khaya, I think will be good. So, first of all, Pakistan is at a major crossroads. ये मैं बचपन से सुन रहा हूँ और बचपन से सोच रहा हूँ कि इसका वाकई मतलब क्या होता है, क्योंकि crossroads can mean so many things. As panelists have talked about, politically, economically, and so forth. But I think now that we look at technology as an enabler, I think ये crossroads बड़े interesting तरीके से intersect करने वाले हैं. Because ये वो वाहिद area है जो ना सिर्फ infrastructure physical, infrastructure virtual, जो कि telecommunications के ज़रिए से आता है, और नॉलेज उन सारों को एक साथ मिलाता है. ना इससे पहले कोई और सेक्टर, कोई और एरिया इसको इस तरह कर नहीं पाया और ना कर सकेगा, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी कट्स अक्रॉस ऑल सेक्टर्स. आईटी इज नो लॉन्गर ए वर्टिकल, हमें उसको अब एक हॉरिजॉन्टल देखना है. क्योंकि अगर आप एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल सोचें, किसी ने यहाँ पे करीम की या उबर की राइड ली है कभी? सबने लिए, 2 hands के साथ. Think about what is happening in that one ride. How many industries are converging in real time to make that one ride happen? अगर आप इसका एक एनालिसिस करें अपने दिमाग में, तो आप देखेंगे कि टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस, गवर्नमेंट, सॉफ्टवेयर, हार्डवेयर, skill set of a driver, an automobile manufacturer, आपकी government के laws of the road infrastructure, unprecedented. और ये एक example मैंने आपको technology में enablement की बताई है जो horizontally cut करती है. Now अगर इसको हमने आगे लेके जाना है in every walk of our life, how will we do that? Will one sector solve our problem? Probably not. There have been opportunities all along जो कि हम as a nation miss कर गए, जिसमें हमारे ना सिर्फ neighboring countries बल्कि बहुत सारे और मुतफर्रिक मुल्कों ने इसको बहुत अच्छी तरीके से avail करके अपने ecosystems बना लिए. And they focused on knowledge around this. अब knowledge है क्या? How do we define knowledge? And then more importantly, how do we define a knowledge economy that runs with technology? One can ask, right? तो knowledge economy के core tenets के अंदर हम एक academic prowess की बात करते हैं. सब का ताल्लुक किसी न किसी स्कूल से रहा है, किसी ने किसी कॉलेज से रहा है, यूनिवर्सिटी से रहा है, और हम एक हद तक उनकी सिखाई हुई चीज़ों पे अमल कर सकते हैं. उसके बाद हमारी तरबियत में प्रोफेशनलिज्म आ जाती है, जो कि कंपनियां हमें हेल्प करती हैं या गवर्नमेंट्स की नौकरियां हमें हेल्प करती हैं. बट हाउ डज दैट ऑल वर्क टुगेदर इन वन हार्मोनियस वे टू क्रिएट एन इकोसिस्टम? एंड दैट्स व्हाट आवर गवर्नमेंट एंड आवर लीडर्स हैव रियलाइज्ड, कि जब तक एक कलेक्टिव नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम की बुनियाद नहीं रखी जाएगी, तब तक हम हर शोबे में, स्पेशली आईटी, जहां पे इस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है दुनिया को, हम पीछे हो जाएंगे. अब ये होगा कैसे? ये रियलाइजेशन तो हो गई है, लेकिन इसका जो एक फाउंडेशनल मॉडल बनता है जिसमें हार्मोनियसली गवर्नमेंट, एकेडेमिया और इंडस्ट्री साथ काम करते हैं, और पिछले पैनल में भी ये थोड़ी सी बात हुई थी कि हाउ कैन दे ऑल वर्क टुगेदर, एंड दैट्स द फाउंडेशन ऑफ द स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन, स्पेशल टेक्नोलॉजी जोन अथॉरिटी. इट्स कॉल्ड द ट्रिपल हीलिक्स मॉडल. ट्रिपल हीलिक्स मॉडल में होता क्या है, किस तरह गवर्नमेंट अपनी पॉलिसी मेकिंग को थोड़ी सी ट्विस्ट करती है, किस तरह एकेडेमिया अपने एकेडमिक प्रावस को बेहतर करती है, और किस तरह इंडस्ट्री दोनों की सपोर्ट हासिल करके साथ मिलके चलते हैं. ना पाकिस्तानी जो है वो जनरली लाइक टू फायर ऑन देयर ओन सिलेंडर्स. जिस दिन हमारी क्रिकेट टीम सारी हारमोनियसली काम कर रही होती है, आपने देखा है 10 विकेटों से भी जीतते हैं हम, और कोहली को भी 2 बॉलों में 2 दफा में आउट करते हैं, विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? वी हैव नॉट फाउंड a way to combine our pockets of excellence in this. तो जब बुनियाद रखी स्पेशल टेक्नोलॉजी जोन अथॉरिटी की, उसमें यह बात सबसे आगे थी कि किस तरह ये जोन्स जिस तरह एक नॉलेज इकोनॉमी, टेक ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी की जरूरत होती है वो बन सकते हैं. इसमें एग्जांपल्स आप देखें, स्टैनफोर्ड का एजुकेशनल पार्क है, करीब जाएं तो दुबई DIFC is a massive one. Singapore has one of these. India has many. There are so many of these knowledge clusters working together to make this happen. Now, as we started this process, अक्टूबर 2021 को तकरीबन 100-120 दिन पहले एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट पास हुआ है, which is the Special Technology Zone Authority Act, जो कि इस जोन को इनेबल करता है. Now, अब जोन है क्या? पहला जोन इस्लामाबाद में चक शहजाद के ऊपर 140 एकड़ की लैंड, जो कि NIH जो नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ से लेके गवर्नमेंट पाकिस्तान ने असाइन की है, वहां पे शुरू हुआ है. अब उस जोन में क्या क्या चीजें हारमोनियसली काम करेंगी, और ये ट्रिपल हीलिक्स के अंदर एस्पेक्ट्स क्या हैं? क्योंकि अगर आप ये मॉडल देखें स्टैनफोर्ड का, DIFC का, शज़ेन का, इसमें एकेडेमिया, उसके बाद एंटरप्राइज कंपनियां, सारे एक्सेलरेटर्स, इंक्यूबेटर्स, सारे वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट, सारे रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट हब्स, सारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग साइट्स, वो सब हारमोनियसली काम करते हैं. बिकॉज हम अभी तक टेक्नोलॉजी को सिर्फ सॉफ्टवेयर के लेंस से देखते रहे, उससे हम तकरीबन $3-3.5 बिलियन पे पहुंच गए, लेकिन ग्लोबली इट्स अ $5 to $6 ट्रिलियन पाए, और वो हमने अभी तक स्क्रैच भी नहीं किया उस सरफेस को, क्योंकि वो टेक्नोलॉजी को बहुत सारे एरियाज में देखते हैं. सिर्फ सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं है, आपको हार्डवेयर में समझना है क्या है, आपको चिप डिजाइन समझना है क्या है, आपको ऑल एक्सेसरीज जो उसके साथ चलती हैं वो समझना है क्या है. और ये इकोनॉमिक जोन्स आपको इंसेंटिव्स देते हैं कि आप अपनी वहां पर या तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करें या आप आके उधर काम करें. तो 2 तरह की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन्स में फेज 1 में आ रही हैं. वन दैट आर कॉल्ड अ जोन डेवलपर, जो इन जोन्स के अंदर पर्पस फील्ड बिल्डिंग्स बनाएंगी जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी को फरोग देती हैं. और टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर सिर्फ उस वक्त इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स नहीं होंगे, उसके अंदर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग साइट्स होगी, जिसके अंदर मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगी, एक्सेसरीज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगी, ऑल वर्किंग इन हार्मनी, ताकि आपकी एजुकेशन भी वहीं हो रही हो, आपकी इंडस्ट्री भी वहीं चल रही हो, गवर्नमेंट भी साथ साथ, हेंस द ट्रिपल हीलिक्स. और दूसरा मॉडल इज अ जोन एंटरप्राइज. जोन एंटरप्राइज वो सारी इस तरह की मुतफरक ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, चाहे वो एकेडमिक हैं या इंडस्ट्री हैं या इंक्यूबेटर्स हैं वगैरह वगैरह, VCs, जो कि साथ वहां काम कर सकेंगे. ना इसके बाद ये आगे कैसे जाएगा, हमने किस किस के साथ क्या क्या आगे इनेबलमेंट बनाई है टू मेक दैट हैपन. तो एज वी स्टार्टेड टू हैव दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन, द गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो रियलाइज कि इन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बनने में टाइम लगेगा. कोई भी बिल्डिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2 साल 3 साल लगेंगे टू गेट दिस टेक सेक्टर गोइंग अराउंड दैट. So 2 weeks ago, or actually in fact last week, Prime Minister announced a zone cluster strategy for the zones, for the STZA. Now cluster strategy क्या है? उसमें we are working with Ministry of IT, Pakistan Software Export Board, पाशा, BOI, बहुत सारी और मुतफरक इदारे, और हम ये देख रहे हैं कि शहरों के अंदर कौन कौन से ऐसे टेक्नोलॉजी के इकोसिस्टम ऑलरेडी काम कर रहे हैं, कौन कौन से वो 2-2 मील के पार्सल हैं जहां पे बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी की कंपनी ऑलरेडी काम कर रही हैं, जहां पर यूनिवर्सिटी इकोसिस्टम्स ऑलरेडी हैं, हम उनको क्यों ना ये जोन लाइसेंसेस देना शुरू कर दें ताकि उनकी भी आहिस्ता आहिस्ता एकदम से वो इस इकोनॉमी का भी हिस्सा बन सकें। और ये करने के लिए हमने जो ग्लोबली अब अपने लिंकेजेस शुरू किए हैं उसमें 2 से 3 मैं आपको बताता हूं। पहला, प्राइम मिनिस्टर के चाइना ट्रिप से पहले वहां पे जी पार्क है विच हाउसेस थाउजेंड्स ऑफ कंपनीज एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज, उनके साथ हमने एक MOU साइन कर लिया है टू स्टार्ट ब्रिंगिंग अ लॉट ऑफ देम इन, टू मैप देम टू आवर एकेडमिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एज वेल एज एंटरप्राइज कंप्यूटिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। दूसरा बड़ा MOU इस तरह का प्राइम मिनिस्टर के रशिया के ट्रिप पे हुआ है। स्क्लोकोवो फाउंडेशन वहाँ की है दैट हाउसेस 3000 टॉप टेक स्टार्टअप्स और उनकी मेन यूनिवर्सिटीज एन एफिलिएट ऑफ MIT इन द US एज वेल। अभी हमने लास्ट वीक इन बार्सिलोना वी मेट विद द इस्तांबुल चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, जहाँ पे इस्तांबुल के नॉलेज पार्क वांट टू कम टू आवर इकोनॉमीज। So we're looking at bringing in not just the US brand, but the UK brand, but also the Chinese, the Russian, the Turkish brands and others, not only in the IT side, but we're creating academic linkages, we're creating manufacturing linkages as well. और इनके incentives इतने अच्छे हैं 10 साल के कि 10 साल टैक्स भी माफ है, 10 साल इंपोर्ट ड्यूटियां भी माफ है। अगर किसी ने कंप्यूटर्स मंगवाने हैं, सर्वर्स मंगाने हैं, 10 साल की कंटिन्यूस माफ़ी है टैक्स की। एंड विल शेयर द इंसेंटिव्स विद द लार्जर ऑडियंस एज वेल, इट्स ऑल्सो ऑन आवर वेबसाइट at stza.gov.pk। सो आज की तकरीर का थोड़ा सा बताने का मकसद ये है कि जो बहुत सारे पेन पॉइंट्स मैंने पहले सुने जो कि इंडस्ट्री को हैं, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता गवर्नमेंट उसको फैसिलिटेट कर रही है। And we are working very closely with all the facets of not only tech, but also Ministry of Finance, Shaukat Aziz Sahab aaj yahan the, FBR, State Bank, all of them are having very regular meetings to make sure ke investment flow kaise ho country ke andar. Last year, $350 million were parked with Pakistani startups. But all $350 million did not make it to Pakistan. We're creating regimes with the Ministry of Finance to make sure कि वो पैसा पाकिस्तान आना शुरू हो, और already we are way above $1 billion for 2022 as well. So engage करें, टेक्नोलॉजी को समझें, अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी की लर्निंग को अप करें। एंड आई थिंक जो शुरू में क्रॉस रोड वाली मैंने बात की थी, शायद एक स्लिवर ऑफ होप आ जाए कि हम शायद उस क्रॉस रोड से बाहर निकल आए। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, Mr. Javed, for such an exciting address. Can we please have a huge round of applause? I would also like to request Mr. Malik Amin and Asad Mahmood Malik on stage to give Mr. Javed his memento. To kick off our second panel discussion, I would like to call Mr. Pervez Abbasi, Project Director, National Incubation Center, Islamabad, to deliver his keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. And I know it's getting very close to lunchtime and you guys probably have other things on your mind. So we'll try to make this as quick as possible. And thank you very much for all of the management organizers of the ACCA. I just want to get a feel for how many people actually know about the National Incubation Center. So if you could kindly just raise your hands. Cool. For those of you who haven't visited, and thanks Ali, by the way, we need to see you more often there. For those of you who haven't visited, please do come and visit us. We're just behind Naval University in H9. The National Incubation Center is a public-private partnership between the Ministry of IT and Telecom, Mobilink Jazz, and Team Up. In 2016, we started this program to help young technology founders to build and sustain economic companies which will create jobs. Our main mandate was to create jobs, but also to create employment for people who can sustain themselves and other people to create further employment. And I'm happy to share with you that over the last 5 years, we've managed to build more incubation centers across Karachi, Lahore, Quetta, and Peshawar. Hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have 2 more in Faisalabad and Hyderabad. The 5 incubations that are currently operational, they have over the last 5 years created more than 120,000 jobs. They've also raised close to 50 billion rupees in revenues and investments. This is a testament to the ability of Pakistani young talent. And the reason why I mention this is because for any country to grow, for it to develop, for it to have a good health system or education system, for it to be called a superpower, if we look at history, we've seen over the last 30, 40, 50 years, whether it was in Europe or in the US, that these countries have actually developed themselves to become superpowers because of their economic backbone. And if we look at China more recently, in the last 30 years, has also managed to achieve the same status. If we take the example, what is it that makes them different? We see that in countries like the US, we have organizations like Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, etc., etc. These companies create millions of jobs and ultimately earn billions of dollars of revenue in terms of taxes for the government, which is subsequently invested in their education, health, and defense systems. We believe that the startups of Pakistan that we are creating today would also be able to achieve a similar status over the next 15 to 20 years, where we can actually then create those millions of jobs and billions of dollars for taxes. Just to put things into perspective in terms of the growth and how we can leapfrog using technology, one of the startup in the National Incubation Center in Islamabad, at that time we were given approximately 560 million rupees to build and manage for 5 years the National Incubation Center. Now the reason why I mention this is that it sounds like a lot of money and there's a lot of questions, why, who, if, etc. But what I wanted to share with you is that last week, just one of our startups, my TM, just one of our startups managed to raise 1.2 billion rupees out of investments, and that is just one example of many, many hundreds of other examples across the country. The point I was trying to make is that it is possible for us to leapfrog ahead by using young technology-oriented startups to create that requirement and that need for Pakistan. Pakistan, of course, is a very young population. We often talk about over 100 million young people. The beauty is that they're technology enabled. Close to 100 million people are now Wi-Fi or digitally enabled. COVID has been a big blessing, I think, from a digital perspective, where people have adopted technology much faster than they would have otherwise. We have a long way to go, and today we were discussing, among other things, the industry-academia linkages, which I think is very important. And I think it's also a very big challenge. We've not been able to do it so far, and I think one of the reasons is because of the cultural differences that we have within the industry and the cultural differences that we have in academia. And we often give the example of the US or Europe, and I'd like to think that it's not the fact that the academia and industry are very closely linked just because of the fact that they want to. It's more to do with the culture that they have in those areas, where culture, business eats strategy for breakfast. So we need to create that kind of culture within academia as well as within our industry. I'm happy to share with you that last week with local universities, we actually, in principle, had an agreement where we would take their papers, their PhD requirements that they've already published, the IP that they've developed, and to help commercialize that with them. And I'm quite optimistic that some of those things that is sitting there collecting dust, hopefully in the next few months or years, you'll see that actually translates into revenue. The other thing I think that's going to really help us is the penetration of 3G, 4G services across the country. I'm not sure if you're aware, but every month in Pakistan, over 2 million handsets are sold. And a significant portion, now close to 50, maybe 55% of those are actually smartphones. With these smartphones going out into more areas, more rural areas, I think what we'll find is that the ability for people to connect through Wi-Fi, through digital technologies, is going to be even more. And those young people are going to start at a much earlier age. So for example, when I was 18, that was the first time I touched a computer. My son, he was 8 when he first touched a computer. And my grandson, he was probably 8 months. So you can see how technology is moving very, very fast, and we have to move in that particular direction. I think if you look at any kind of industry, whether it's the agricultural industry, which of course is a very big employer of Pakistan, or the health industry or the education industry, all of these industries have been touched by technology. And we've seen, again, during COVID, how education went online and changed our mindset in terms of physical infrastructure, moving towards digital infrastructure. And of course, there are many other things that we can do using technology, especially the fourth industrial revolution technologies, to empower Pakistanis across. I'd like to also say that one of the benefits that we can also draw is from our diaspora Pakistani community. We have approximately 12 to 15 million people of Pakistan origin living abroad. Many thousands of them are actually in Silicon Valley. And many of them have actually created new technologies and new businesses. And many of them are willing to give that back to Pakistan. So I think we need to create a diaspora community linkages as well. We're very fortunate at the National Incubation Center where we have many of our diaspora community members coming back, sharing their knowledge, sharing their experiences, etc., etc. In terms of technology, it's also important that technology doesn't necessarily have to be in English. I think this is an important misconception. Technology can be in Urdu. In fact, technology can be in any language, including sign language. Recently in Barcelona, many of you may have seen one of the startups in sign language, a startup from the National Incubation Center called DevTalk, was able to use interpretation, sign language interpretation for the speakers. And I would encourage my friends at the ACCA as well to maybe invite some of those sign language interpreters to be here so that they can also feel inclusive and provide sign language interpretation for people beyond just the audience here. And lastly, in terms of practical terms, I think the government is one of the biggest buyers or purchasers of technology. And I would encourage them to have a made in Pakistan. You know, there's no point saying we want to develop technology and ultimately result in buying it from, you know, the Americans or the British or the Germans or the Chinese. We have to start here. And the way to do that is very simple. If we mandate from a government that all technology purchased by government has to have a 5% locally developed component in the first year, that would help us. Then in the second year, we increase it by 5%. So in the second year, we have a 10% local procurement, locally developed technology. And every year we update by 5%, ultimately resulting in technology development, technology transfer, capacity development of local Pakistanis. That in itself, hopefully, would be able to create more local startups in this particular space that not only will be able to serve Pakistan and our growing needs, but we'll also be able to use that for export purposes as well. So my experience at the National Incubation Center is we don't have to really do a lot of big things. If we do certain smaller things, we can add those up. As they say at the end, that, you know, an ocean is created by each drop of water that flows into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It is truly commendable, all the work that NIC is doing. I would like to request Mr. Sajid Aslam and Haroon Ahmed Jan to come on stage and give Mr. Pervez his memento. Can we please have a huge round of applause? To kick off our second panel discussion, I would like to invite on stage our moderator, Ms. Aqsa Satti.
Menika, this was the first time my line manager addressed me as Miss Aqsa, so I'll appreciate and hold that. Assalamu alaikum everyone, my name is Aqsa Satti. I hope I'm audible. If I am, can I hear a round of applause? Thank you so much. So मुझे जब पता चला था कि I am doing this panel discussion, and before that I'll give you some context कि आजकल ना एक जुमला है जो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कह रही हूँ, and my team is annoyed with me for saying it, कि मेरी क्या मजाल. I keep saying this over and over, and जब मुझे पता चला कि I'm moderating this panel discussion with these people as the panelists, I, for the first time perhaps, said it unironically, कि मेरी क्या मजाल. So I'm very, very honored to be given this opportunity to conduct this panel discussion as a moderator. I'll try to do my best. The topic for the discussion is putting Pakistan on the global digital map, leapfrog into the future. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of context about our topic today. मेरे पास इस वक्त मेरी कोट की जेब में एक फ़ोन है, दूसरी जेब में दूसरा फ़ोन है. My husband, up until last year, would call me DC साहिबा, कि आप दो फ़ोन क्यों आपको चाहिए जो आप इस तरह से DC की तरह जा रही हैं. But now he's also understood that we are becoming more and more digital, and our lives are becoming more and more digital, and we're becoming this is a part of our lives that we cannot escape from. So we need to create maybe these boundaries and divides in ourselves कि ये मेरा work digital है, ये मेरा personal digital है, so that we're always connected but on our own terms. So just a little bit of context on how being a part of the digital landscape plays a part in all of our lives. ठीक है? Coming from ACCA's perspective, ACCA is proudly the world's most forward-thinking professional accountancy body. So for that reason, we have to explore future trends. We do explore future trends for issues, business economics, our profession, society as a whole, and obviously, it's not even arguable that digital is the biggest factor shaping the future. Everything that we do is either connected to digital, is becoming digital, was digital, is digital, and it is a part of the digital ecosystem. So the awareness and application of existing and emerging technologies and capabilities and strategies is critical to our economic ecosystem. ठीक है? Businesses are starting to recognize how the digital environment is reshaping and what they can do on those digital environments, ठीक है? How they can also use the most prized asset इस वक्त आपके digital ecosystem में है talent. And that talent is not only just your content creators or any person who is using it, but it is also those people who are coming up with the ideas on how we can further utilize the digital landscape, what more we can bring to it. And that is a space where first come, first serve is the way to go. So, मेरी knowledge इसमें, I would say, is limited. So like I said, कि मेरी क्या मजाल, I would introduce my very highly esteemed panel to come in, and so I can ask some of my questions and then some of your questions regarding the topic today. So first off, we have Haroon Ahmed Jan, Regional Head of Member Affairs, ACCA MISA. Thank you so much for joining us, Haroon. Haroon needs no introduction, but मैं थोड़ा सा फिर भी introduce कर लूँगी हारून को. Haroon has been affiliated with ACCA for a long time, has worked with countless ACCA members and future members on their development, making them relevant, ensuring that they stay relevant, and working on their progression throughout. So thank you so much, Haroon, for your contributions as well, and a huge round of applause for Haroon. Next up, we have Mujib Zahoor, who is the Managing Director of S&P Global. He is the Senior Director of Operations at S&P Global's Islamabad office, and he runs the operational aspect of the site in Islamabad, and has been with S&P for several years now, and has also previously ran one of the largest BPOs in Pakistan's capital city. So very impressive portfolio. Can we have a huge round of applause? Up next is Haris Mahmood Chaudhary, CEO Universal Fund Services, who is also the non-executive director at Zarai Taraqqiyati Bank Limited. Haris has a huge portfolio where he's worked with finance and telecom executive. He's a finance and telecom executive, and he has worked with finance, corporate regulatory, public and policy, risk management, profit loss, and multi-channel product distribution. And his work closely focuses on bridging the digital divide. So we're very excited to have Haris with us. Are we excited? Thank you so much. And we have Ali Nasir, who is the Chief Business Officer of Jazz. Ali has a globally diverse experience of over 30 years. He is skilled in developing both emerging markets, both developed and emerging markets, through collaboration and empowering talent. And we would love to hear his thoughts on today's topic as well. So a very, very warm welcome to Ali, and a warm welcome from everyone else's side as well. And last but not the least, Yasir Khan, VP of Products, KistPay. He has 16 years of experience in payment and digital products in US, Singapore, and Middle East markets. And he's previously worked with organizations such as Deloitte, Affirm, and HSBC. And he is currently the managing the products for KistPay, which is an online payment gateway, which will be discussing in detail in today's panel discussion. So a huge round of applause for Yasir. So I would like to first of all welcome all of you to today's talk, and I have a lot to learn. मैं इसीलिए अपना welcome address मैंने बहुत छोटा किया था because I have a lot to learn. और मेरी इस वक्त knowledge की appetite ज़्यादा है versus my lunch की appetite. Can't say the same for our audience, but let's see. Okay, so I will start off with Yasir. So, Yasir, एक चीज़ है कि हम लोगों ने अपनी, the Pakistan government has set a benchmark for 2025 कि 65 million digital accounts उन्होंने करने हैं. And this is a huge target considering the amount of digital accounts that we have at the moment. Do you think that our systems are ready to accommodate that kind of bandwidth? And especially considering because it's not just people are going to be included in that ecosystem, it's also bringing awareness to them. It is about continued customer services then to them, and it is about nurturing them, their journeys as customers going forward as well. So it'll be a huge amount of people to deal with. So is our current system, does it have that bandwidth?
First of all, I feel privileged to be here among this reputable and smart people. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me here. To the question of our ecosystem, so we're talking about although we refer to a payments ecosystem, but to understand the problem better and the solution better, we need to have a holistic view of the whole thing. Pakistan's ecosystem has come a long way in the last 6-7 years, and more so in the last 2-3 years. In any organization, in any country, the ecosystem gets driven by the regulator. We've seen a very digital-friendly regulator coming in with our regulations, EMI coming in, RAS coming in, and they're taking the right steps, which is creating that momentum. You've seen this happen across different markets. You've seen this happen in Singapore, Middle East, even Africa. Regulators start that momentum. Then it's up to the private sector and government sector to take advantage of that momentum. So what we have seen in the last 2-3 years, a growth of EMI companies. We've seen a growth of wallet providers. We've seen a growth of banks coming in with their own digital offering. We've seen a growth of even now State Bank is issuing neobank licensing, digital bank licensing also. So what we see in the last 2-3 years, I feel I've been hearing what the other panels the esteemed guests have been talking about. As an outsider, I've been in Pakistan. I've come back to Pakistan a year back. And my take on the whole situation is that this is the inflection point. वो जो बात हो रही थी ना कि बातें कर रहे थे, सुन रहे थे, काफी अर्से से, I think we are now going through that inflection point. Sorry?
Now it's finally happening. All of that conversation
Oh yes,
is now
so
converging
right,
to
we are
something.
going through this phase.
Yeah.
You will see, you've seen it happen in the last 1 year, 2 years, and you will see the pace picking up in the next 2-3 years further. You will see more and more players coming in with better use cases. So to understand just to put a framework across this, about the ecosystem, there are a few components that I want everybody to understand. One component is the instrument that people use to make payments. For example, we talked about digital wallets, we talked about cards, all non-cash instruments. Then the other important element in the ecosystem, the pillar is how do we use that instrument? Are the avenues there that, so this is where you have seen the regulator incentivizing more players to come in and develop that space. So acceptance has increased, is increasing fast. You will see it increase even faster in the coming years, with more players coming in, even from players coming in from outside. So instruments, where to use that instrument. Then the other important element that I feel that Pakistan has to, as an ecosystem player, as a country has to, learn a little bit more, is the use cases. How do we, now that we have a wallet, so that's why you see a lot of wallets, inactive wallets in Pakistan. We talk about financial inclusion, even on the people who have, the bankable population that we have, even have multiple wallets. They don't use all these wallets because the use cases are not there. So what we see are, what I feel as a country, we need to improve on developing more and more use cases according to the need of the individuals, of the people. The third element, the fourth element on that is, when we talk about financial inclusion, when we talk about payments, when we talk about the ecosystem, we forget about the SME play. So as an individual, there are incentives for us to use it. We do digital payments, but what about SMEs? What about businesses? So this is where across the world, in third world countries as a whole, are lacking in this aspect. That SMEs are not as part of the ecosystem. They don't accept digital payments. They still are on using the old railroads. This is an important thing that we need to understand. The last bit is, when we talk about inclusion, financial inclusion, we also need to talk about inclusion of everybody. In Pakistan, what we've seen is that when a government incentivizes wallets, they see a disproportionate number of people in terms of genders. More men getting those wallets, less women getting those wallets. More men activating those wallets, less women activating those wallets. Why is that? Because the use case is not there. So overall, I feel the country is moving in the right direction. The ecosystem that we're talking about has come a long way. It'll come, it'll get developed further in the next coming 1 to 2 years. I'm very positive. I've seen it in Middle East, I've seen it in Singapore, I've seen it across Africa. We are heading in the right direction. We just need to be wary of one fact. With these competitions coming in, with banks coming with their digital proposition, they're targeting the same people. That is a recipe for disaster. You see banks coming up with a facade. I've seen this fail in the Middle East, I've seen this fail in Singapore. What they do is they don't create those foundation which is required for a digital bank. What they do is they create a facade, which means the efficiencies are not there. They're trying to onboard customers digitally, they're trying to provide digital services, but the efficiencies, the costs, they can't do that.
And they're still dependent on the customer to come into those brick and mortar branches at first, and then onboard them on their digital platforms as well.
So that's something that is changing rapidly across the board. Pakistan has come a long way in that respect as well. eKYC is there. We need to have eKYB as well for businesses. So we need to, when we talk about ecosystem, when we talk about country leapfrogging, we need to take both aspects, the individuals as well as the businesses. Payment methods, acceptance, and more importantly that we haven't done well as a country, as an ecosystem plays, the use cases. So this is what I feel more on the ecosystem side. But as someone who has recently moved to Pakistan, I'm telling you, we're moving in the right direction. The ecosystem is developing very fast, very rapidly, and You've seen, or you've heard all the panelists earlier, you've heard all the speakers earlier. Inshallah, Pakistan is heading in the right direction. And we're very confident that we're going to do that.
Inshallah, and you can confidently applaud on that. So thank you so much, Yasir. I think buck up ho gaye yahan pe thodi si hamari audience. So I think that was a very well-rounded reply to the question. Harun, I'll direct the next question to you. And as a person who has been working with professional accountants, both in the process of becoming professional accountants and fully qualified professional accountants as well. So what do you think has been the role of those professional accountants towards business and society as a whole, and ACCA ki jo ek commitment hai as a force for public good as well? Where do you see this avenue heading in the next 5-10 years?
Thank you very much. Accountants, the term for many years has been perceived as people who are good at keeping books, recording transactions, to take it further up, looking at compliance, looking at taxation, etc., etc. Ethics and professionalism being the foundation stone of this term, professional accountants. Now, after so many years, and I think ACCA started, talking about this, this change in the role of accountants and the CFOs, I think about more than a decade ago, about 15 years ago, and they started saying that these people need to have commercial acumen. These people need to know the business right. And
so we say strategic business leaders instead of accountants now.
Exactly. So, from that time, the role of accountants has really emerged. Now, if you see accountants, and we had a few with us in the hall a little while ago, they're talking about climate change, climate action. They're talking about strategic decision-making, strategic leadership. They're talking about ESG reporting. They're championing that. I was very surprised. I was contacted by a very famous fashion designer a few weeks ago, an SMP, HSY. And he said, look, I'm looking for a person to look after my accounts, but I don't know an accountant. I don't need an accountant. I want a person who can advise me in my business. I mean, from a person, the SMP in the fashion industry, and fashion and accountants, by the way, don't go very well together. I'm sorry for saying that, but then, SMPs and SMEs feeling the need of finance and accounts professionals to come forward, advise businesses, lead businesses, help in decision making, help in data-backed decision making. That is what the role of accountants has already become. So that is what what change have we seen in a professional accountant.
And Harun, this is some observation that we've also made, that whenever startups come in, and I do have to mention startups here because startups are in the digital ecosystem, they do not get off the ground because उनकी financial working नहीं होती है. उन्होंने कोई professional accountant नहीं रखा होता अपनी team में because they think that just the CEO can do everything, or this is not important, and that is something that they really then struggle with getting off the ground. So accountants are very, very crucial to this whole entire growth into the digital ecosystem. So thank you so much for that well-rounded reply. So my next question is to Mr. Majib. Developing countries like Pakistan need to strike the optimal balance between domestic and economic development versus protecting public policy interests. So what measures do you need to be taken, keeping in view regulations such as data protection and cybersecurity? And also, if you could, because again, coming from your experience with BPOs, could you also emphasize on how that affects us if we outsource all of our services to other countries? How does that come into, how does that benefit us? How does that not benefit us? How can that be advantageous and disadvantageous to us?
Thank you. I think, first of all, we heard about the Honorable Minister speak about ESG. So while the environmental and social component is very important, the G in ESG stands for governance. That's where things like data protection, cybersecurity, etc. are measured and covered. And as you very rightly said, globally, they're becoming more and more relevant. They're becoming more and more important as companies and countries look to make investments, take decisions, etc. Fortunately, we are very close to that space. When I say we, I mean S&P Global. We aspire to be a leading provider of ESG data in a few years' time. Now, for Pakistan, we as a industry have been working with the government. The Ministry of Information Technology has been kind enough to lead a very collaborative and consultative process. We must acknowledge that effort to come up with a data protection law for Pakistan. Because the reason it is no longer a nice to have is because globally contracts and organizations looking to do business with the country are going to have that as a qualifier, not as a nice to have, but as a minimum threshold qualifier that how does the state look after the privacy of its citizens, how does the state ensure that that data is protected, there are controls in place, etc. So we are, I think they've promulgated an act as well, which is in consultation with the cabinet. There are a couple of elements that are important to consider for businesses. That you cannot, as I said, just like at the country level, it is not a nice to have or anymore. At the organization level, it is also equally important that organizations build their processes and systems in a way that accounts for that from the ground up, not after a particular point कि जी जब हम इतने बड़े हो जाएंगे तब हम इसके बारे में कुछ सोचेंगे. आप शुरू से अगर if we take care of these principles, it will improve the competitiveness of our businesses to be able to go out and procure contracts, get business, not only within the country, but also globally, which is directly tied into our exports. Javed spoke about that. There's a lot of focus on ensuring that the right climate is provided for technology sector exports, or in that, this is a very, very critical component.
And it also helps the employment sector as well, because there is a huge chunk of our youth who is in these organizations, BPO-based organizations, and for most people, it is the first job that they do as well. And I think almost all of my friends and all of the people of my age have some experience, and being from Islamabad, S&P Global का तो मैं इतना सुनती हूँ अपने उसमें. So I think it's a huge opportunity that we have in terms of career development of these individuals as well, and international exposure at the end of the day.
On the BPO side, I think first of all, just like we need to correct our definition of digital, banks asking you to, that's why I was smirking when Yasser was talking about banks going digital, where banks ask you to come fill up a form and then they'll scan it, and that's digital. Unfortunately, that's not. Similarly, I think our definitions need a very significant upgrade. When we talk about BPO, this concept of people sitting in a cubicle taking phone calls is what comes to mind, which cannot be farther from the truth. Globally, the captive office, shared services space has evolved from where it is just a delivery center to where it is an integral part of global organizations. And that is where organizations like S&P Global, like Teradata, like Stewart, IBM, several others, SAP, our colleague Saqib is not here today. He would have mentioned the same thing. So that space is a great enabler, and for Pakistan, in our view, when I say our, I mean the industry's view, it is a key opportunity area for enhancing our exports. Just two numbers I'll throw before I conclude. India has about 1,300 what we call captive offices, adding 50 every year. They do about 90 billion in exports through the captive offices. Philippines has about 800, does about anywhere between 30 to 40 billion from there. Pakistan has 11. So that's the opportunity that we have on the table that can be utilized in that space. I know ACCA has done a lot of work on providing thought leadership on shared services, and I think that is that has huge potential as a strategic priority area for exports of Pakistan.
I think that's a very well-rounded answer, and it's also something that I was reading. During COVID, Pakistan really grew in the shared services portfolio, grew its shared services portfolio because of how many countries were looking towards Pakistan for those services. So I think it's a very, very integral part of our economy right now as well. So my next question is to Ali Nasir, that there has been a lot of talk about making digital Pakistan a reality. But there is a lot of confusion as well about who does what. And who does what to bring Pakistan towards those digital ambitions. So what has been the role of the telco industry to bridge this gap? Because we also understand that the telco industry has taken a lot on board. And it has taken from ensuring that it brings in financial inclusivity to connectivity. There is a lot of things that the telco industry has taken on its shoulders. What other things are we missing? What other role is the telco industry playing?
Thank you, Aksa. And thank you, ACCA, for the opportunity. Listen, I'll just throw one stat out there to get the ball rolling, Aksa. You talked about the role of the telco industry in sort of the digital Pakistan. 97% of people who access to the broadband in the country today do it pretty much exclusively on their mobile cell phones, right? So it is the backbone that drives digital Pakistan. Fixed broadband hasn't grown literally in years, and even though there's increased fiberization, honestly, the convenience of a cell phone, whether it's the sector that Yasser's been talking about, banking on the go, the work that Mujib and all are doing on, sort of the more strategic terms of the BPO, you don't physically need to be in an office now to do that, and I think the BPO industry has proved that decades ago. So the role of the telecom sector is undisputed in this. Now the issue is, and I've been hearing a lot of feel-good comments about, Yasser saying it's going in the right direction, and I think it is going in the right direction. But let me maybe provide a little alternative point of view, not to sort of rain on the party, as they say.
We appreciate reality
sure.
checks here.
Sadly, we're not doing enough, and we're not doing enough quickly, and I think that's the more important point. Nobody disputes the fact that digitalization is going to be a great resource for a country like Pakistan with a very young base. I think Mujib knows the stat better than I do, but we're the third or the fourth largest English-speaking population in the world, fourth. And in a world where that's becoming the business of commerce, the language of commerce and business, surely we can do better than 11 BPOs, right? And I was dumbstruck by that comparison. What is happening is that there is realization both at the industry level and academic level, we talked about that also, at the governmental level, but there is still no coordinated effort to pull all of this together. I think one of the regulators that Yasser talked about is actually, I have to commend, is probably more progressive than some of the other regulators in the country. But that's not the point. I think to be fair to regulators and bureaucrats, and we have Haris sitting here, so I have to be careful, a lot of the policies that continue to govern businesses, even digital businesses in Pakistan, were framed in a non-digital era. I think the upgrade on those laws is happening very infrequently, and there are a number of issues. I'll talk about one specific one. There's two regulators that govern the telco industry, partly. One, of course, is our main regulator, the Pakistan Telecommunications Authority, and the other is called PEMRA, Pakistan Electronic Media Broadcasting Regulatory Authority. And there is, by the way, in the telecom policy and in vision that at some point the two will merge. Because, a lot of people now look at their content, whether it's banking, whether it's watching movies on your cell phone. But there's very little conversation around that happening. So I think Honestly, from my perspective, it's a question of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We are headed in the right direction, but not quickly enough, and we've made this point to enough policymakers. This should be happening right at the level of the Prime Minister. I don't expect him to be a digital expert, but I do expect him to be a digital enthusiast and his administration. And this is an agenda that honestly, along with, I know he's got plenty of other problems, this has to be right up there. Because honestly, this can be a salvation for Pakistan, but if not addressed, we're falling behind.
And we're just waiting on those approvals, and abhi ye system aayega, ye payment method aayega, this app is coming to Pakistan, and we're still waiting for those things so that people are making money off of now. And just to add, India's entertainment industry has grown many folds ever since they've onboarded Netflix and Amazon Prime and all of those companies, and we're still waiting on approvals whether this is the right way to go or not, and people have made fortunes from that. So very rightly put, and thank you so much for that opinion, and we needed that reality check as well. Kabhi kabhi acha hota hai. So I'll bring Haris into this conversation now. That what are the key initiatives undertaken by USF to empower communities, improving lives of the unserved and underserved communities?
Thank you, Aksa, and thank you, ACC, for organizing this wonderful event. Universal Service Fund is a company established by Ministry of IT and Telecom to bridge the digital divide between the urban and the rural areas. Unfortunately, our 3G, 4G auction was delayed by at least 5 years, in my, as I think. And, the focus was more on the metropolitan and the urban areas. So the mobile connectivity was only available in the urban and the, I would say, semi-urban areas. So Universal Service Fund, which was established under an ITU to bridge the gap between the urban and the remote areas. We have also realized that Universal Service Fund has not been very active in the past and has not gone into the rural area the way it should have gone. But the good thing is that in the last 2.5 years, Universal Service Fund is playing a very important role in bridging that gap. In the last 2.5 years, we are working in over 100 districts of Pakistan, starting from South Punjab to interior Sindh, Southern Balochistan, Central Balochistan, tourist areas of KPK, highways and motorways. So all those areas where it's not going to be a commercial case for any telco operators to go there and have an infrastructure over there. So Universal Service Fund is going there. And just to give the stats, approximately we have 45,000 towers across Pakistan. And out of approximately between 9 and 10% are being subsidized by the Universal Service Fund. I'm talking about the total towers. And we're targeting the population of 40 million, out of which 15 million has been given the opportunity to have the mobile broadband access to either to use 3G or 4G. Universal Service Fund has covered approximately over 1,800 kilometers of national highways and motorways, especially in Balochistan. Most talked about is Makran Coastal Highway, which is from Gwadar. It's totally subsidized by the Universal Service Fund. M3, M5 the work has already been started on it. The new motorway, which is E35, which DI Hakla Khan is also going to be start in next 2 to 3 weeks. So they will have a good coverage of mobile broadband in that area as well. Other than what Universal Service Fund is doing is fiberization. When we talk about digital connectivity and inclusion, the most important element is the infrastructure. And as Ali Bhai has mentioned, that 97% is done on is mobile broadband, only 3% is fixed spot, which may be very good for connectivity in terms of correspondence and everything. But when we talk about the meaningful connectivity and we talk about the businesses to come on that connectivity, they need fiberization. And that's Universal Service Fund has taken initiative of taking fiber to union councils. Currently in Pakistan, approximately there are 6,000 union councils, and out of 6,000, only 1,800 union council has optic fiber nodes, or they have fiber in that area. So rest 4,000 kilometer fiber, which we think will be subsidized by USA because it's not going to make commercial sense for any operator to go and lay fiber. So we are targeting that. So we have started contracting over 1,000 union council in the last year and 12 months, approximately 12 months. And we're looking for contracting another 3,000 next 2 to 3 years. So if you talk about the numbers, we're looking at 30,000 kilometers of fiber to be laid in those areas to have a meaningful connectivity in those union councils, where actually the digital inclusion is going to take place, where we talk about e-education, e-health, and especially the financial inclusion. And all the e-suite product and services can be brought into that infrastructure. So that's what USF is playing its active role in bridging the gap between the urban and the remote areas. And because of this connectivity and everything, that's where a lot of businesses are also growing. It's also helping the freelancers in that area, and also helping a lot of other businesses that can also improve their efficiency, transparency, and also convenience.
And we are seeing that digital presence from those areas now as well. So that I think credit goes to USF for that. So thank you so much for that. I think I will now be directing this question to Yasser again. How innovative solutions like KISPay are addressing issues like heavy reliance on cash payments and low percentage of women in Pakistan owning bank accounts?
Right. I don't know how many people know about KISPay, but let me get this opportunity to tell you more about the KISPay and then dive into the question again. So KISPay is a Pakistani company, and we started off with pioneering the BNPL service in Pakistan. Right now we have about 85% of the TAA merchants with us at the moment. Now what we have done is we have moved on to a new product, which is a fast checkout. So, you know, one of the panelists was talking about BPO service. I think these guys are doing an excellent job in terms of BPO. So what we do is we've taken it a step ahead. Now, KISPay as a Pakistani company is in the US, the world's biggest market, competing with multi-billion unicorns like Fast and Bolt. And we have a product which is better than them. We have a product which is offered on more platforms. And we have a product which changes the paradigm altogether with faster checkouts. So what we do, with the same talent that we have in Pakistan, we're utilizing the talent, utilizing the processes that we have built in, move to the biggest market in the world, competing with the best in the world, and we are talking to the likes of eBays of the world, Macy's. This is a Pakistani company moving into US. So just to give you a perspective of what we have done in 6 months, 7 months of time. So normally what happens in retail e-commerce is, you know, you must have gone on a website, tried to purchase, tried to buy some items. You know, there's a website, you fill out all the information there. There's no connectivity in terms of customization, in terms of what product you want. So right now, what we've done is we've changed it all together. Now, with just one click, a person or consumer is able to purchase, do a transaction. So we've initiated, we've launched headless commerce as well in Pakistan and in US. What that means is, if you send an email out, if you send a blog, if there's an SMS, by just clicking that one button, you're able to do the transaction there and then. Imagine the power of convertibility on that. You don't have to go through and fill out the entire forms again. You don't have to spend 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes doing that. One click and that's it. What we've done, we've seen it in Pakistan is that, with the headless commerce, what we're doing is we're looping in more and more businesses which are not online as such. You see a lot of entrepreneurs, especially the women entrepreneurs, who are selling on social medias. They don't have a website. They can't afford a website. They can't afford a payment method. So what we've done is, using our headless commerce engine, we're bringing all these innovators, entrepreneurs, especially most of these entrepreneurs are women, by the way. We're getting them in the system. We're getting them developed on our platform, and then they can do transaction. Customers can come, do a transaction on their site there and then. What we offer is not only a checkout, but also multiple means to pay, whether it's wallets, regardless of, we're agnostic to any payment method, whether it's wallets, whether it's Jahaz, Easy, whoever it is, whether it's NIFT, directly bank transfers, we're doing it, whether it's card payment, we're doing it. So all this is available to a normal entrepreneur who's working from home, for example, baking cakes. They have the platform now to sell their products, and reap the benefits of their hard work across the board. So this is what we've done in terms of getting more women entrepreneurs in the system. Moreover, because of our proposition, right now almost about 40%, 45% of our consumers are women, because women find it easy to shop online, and we have made it very easy for them. What we do is a lot of people who can't get loan right now, about 2.5, less than 3% of our population has access to credit. So now what we're doing is we're opening that up as well. We have a sophisticated AI-based engine which is based on non-traditional data. We don't look at ECIBs, we don't ask for salary slips. We are there and then at the time of transaction, instant approvals are happening. I don't think there's anybody else in Pakistan who's doing that sort of approvals, instant decisioning. And our approval rates are higher than those of banks. If you apply for a credit card or a loan, our approval rates are more than double of that to banks. So we're bringing in the fold more entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. We're enabling the women consumers to shop with confidence. So these are the things that we're doing right now. And with the talent, and because of the product vision that we have, we're enabling a lot of leaders to come up. We're creating entrepreneurs in the society. And we're already in discussion with IB and LUMS to have entrepreneurship programs meant for young students, because we feel, I think this was talked about in the earlier panels as well. I think this is another pillar of our ecosystem, building more and more leaders, entrepreneurs. They need to have role models that they can emulate, and then encourage, have that sort of culture, have that sort of product vision. That product vision enables them to think outside the box, think beyond their own self, have a higher purpose that they can, target. So working at Kispay has been very enabling for me as an employee, and for others as well. And it has been a tremendous journey so far for us. In the ecosystem, we've contributed, I think, significantly to get the women entrepreneurs in and women consumers in.
Yasir, that entire answer is, it's so impactful and so powerful, and just the idea of Kispay itself and that leads me to my next question that I wish we had some more time to spare, and I would have loved to ask it to all of my panel, but I'll direct it to only one person, Mr. Haris. To make Digital Pakistan a reality, how can we ensure to bridge the digital divide between the information and communication technology?
ICT, what we call is sector of all sectors. So once ICT connectivity is going to be available across Pakistan, including the rural and the meaningful connectivity, what I call is that in urban and semi-urban areas. So I guess all the things will come in place. So Universal Service Fund is playing a very important role in doing that. Just to give you the numbers, that in the last 2.5 years, approximately 50 billion has been spent only on ICT infrastructure in the rural areas. And from 2006 to 19, since the inception of the USF, 46 billion was allocated for that kind of funding. And you can see the numbers in the last 2.5 years. Over 50 billion has been contracted to the areas which needs connectivity. So when I say the sector of all sectors, that's going to help in bridging the digital divide. It's going to bring the socio-economic impact, and it's going to improve the businesses in the rural areas, and that's going to add value to our GDP and economy.
Thank you so much for that. And my last question is to Haroon, that the new normal is forcing financial institutions to revisit how they can remain resilient and respond quickly to pivoting business demands. So what is the impact of these disruptive forces, and what measures are finance professionals and finance practitioners taking to respond effectively within those organizations?
Yeah, so interesting question. I was looking at a report by Deloitte only about 5 years ago, and they had developed about 15 scenarios that are going to happen in the near future. And let me read those scenarios out to you. The first one was banking without bankers. The second one was service without branches. The third one was payments without middlemen. operations without infrastructure, investing without managers, mergers and acquisitions without advisors, lending without deposits. How many of you see happened in Pakistan already? So I reinforce the point that Ali had made that we are slightly behind the curve.
हारून अभी आप जब बता रहे थे तो मेरे माइंड में ना हर एक के साथ वो जो स्केरी मूवीज में टन so it is something that we don't anticipate and expect.
I think it was about 5 years ago when I saw a one-person branch of HSBC in London. One person, only one person's mini branch.
Yeah. And it
you
was
see
5
that
years
happening
ago when I did my first cashier, person. I went to the teller machine. I submitted my check, got the money, and it was no person interaction. It was quite interesting. Yeah.
Exactly. So going ahead, now I'm turning to an article in Forbes written by Bernard Marr. He highlighted 5 areas in which the financial services, the financial sector is going to head towards. The first one was mobile banking, and I think we've heard a lot about that. 66% of the people who are not using banking services have a mobile phone. Yes. So that is the direction where financial institutions are now going to head. The second was banking in the cloud. So banks using cloud services. The third one was artificial intelligence. And if you merge the first and this one, artificial intelligence, your mobile phone's listening to you. Your mobile phones, you're generating immense data about yourself through your mobile phones. Right? ECIBs, I think, is a factor of the past. Your phone is going to tell you the lenders on how creditworthy you are. Have you been making your payments on time? Yeah. Exactly. What has been your activity financially, right? So this is where the direction is going to be. And last but not the least, blockchain, of course, and fintech, of course. Last but not the least, improving the customer experience through technology, through the use of technology. So I think these are and even this article says that this is all going to happen within 1 year. 1 year. They're not looking beyond that. They're looking at only a few months from now. Right? So that is the pace of development that we see happening.
And we used to think about digitizing education because we work so closely with educational institutes that ye digital education mein bahut time hai, there's no rush for it. And then when COVID struck, it was like you had to do it right then and there. Yes. So I think it is that kind of pressure on this this industry as well. True, you have to act now.
Great, thanks.
If I may just add very quickly, 30 seconds. I think to Ali's point earlier, the urgency on the matter is what this platform and I think ACCA's thought leadership can continue to urge with the government, regulators, as well as from a policy making perspective, making sure that this is prioritized and then really stewarded by senior level leadership in the country. The PM or whoever, that's very, very important because without that, we will not be able to make the inroads that we potentially can.
Thank you so much for that addition. We are now moving to the question and answer round. Due to limited time, I will only be taking 2 questions, and I already see a few hands up. So we'll take one from this table and one from that table. Sir. Mike. जो ऑनलाइन सुन रहे हैं उनको शायद ना आ सके.
My name is Hasib. I'm leading the audit and financial investigation team at FTC Capital. We're a fintech company based out of UK. My question is towards Mr. Yasser. As you said, this is the year of happening. We're hearing new names apart from EasyPass and JazzCash as well now. How keen do you feel State Bank is in allowing the smaller players to enter the industry? And secondly, more importantly, how open are the big banks in allowing their platforms and their gateways to be used by smaller fintechs?
That's a good question. When I said that we're moving in the right direction, obviously, yes, we're moving in the right direction, but there are certain obstacles that, as an ecosystem that we have, that we will overcome. That's part and parcel of the whole thing. I've seen this happen across the globe. So I'm not worried about it. I think we have the resilience as a country. We have the talent. You must have known about the concept of Pakistan. People coming in, I think somebody talked about that earlier as well. Talent coming in from outside and making a difference. Plus, if we have role models here, talent here is absolutely awesome. They need to be utilized properly. So coming back to your point, I feel that central bank, when you say smaller player, what do you, I don't understand what you mean by smaller player. New incumbents or people, because there are certain requirements that you have to be met. So, but State Bank is encouraging more and more players in this field. They have to look at the competition as well. They don't want to have too many players coming in at the same time. So, as far as central bank is concerned, I think I'm happy with the way things are progressing in terms of adding more players to it. They can do better. Obviously, they can do better, but I'm satisfied with what they've done so far. As far as banks are concerned, I think this is a pain point. Again, it's not a Pakistan-specific problem. It's a problem across the board. Banks, this is a phase that they will go through. First the phase is they will think of competition, fintech as competition. Then they will eventually realize they can't win on their own. They can't do it on their own. They need fintechs. So they will partner with fintechs. I have seen in last 1 year this happening more in Pakistan, where they are now more in a collaboration mode rather than fending them off as competition. So we are a fintech as well. We have close collaboration with multiple banks. I've seen banks opening up about this because they know they can't do it on their own. So overall, it's good. It's looking good.
If I could just briefly add, I don't have exact stats. Maybe Yasir would, but I think they're roughly right. The number of active wallets currently in the country are close to about 63 million. Sorry, number of total wallets is 63 million. The number of active wallets is half that number. So the problem is not that there is not enough need out there. The problem is that we've not been able to develop, and I think Yasir said this, the right use cases. As the biggest digital wallet in the country, I can tell you, we're more than happy to look at use cases that drive that ecosystem forward. Whether it's a partnership, whether it's eventually something that we can look at investing or owning. So I think the niche areas, KISPay is one example. There's nano insurance, there's nano lending, there is contextual credit. I think the fintechs, honestly, what they need to do is start developing those niche areas and those products that consumers need. The wallets will open themselves. You've now seen with Rast the interoperability. I can tell you, initially when the idea was floated, JazzCash said, I'll be very honest about it, we said, sorry, why should we open up the ecosystem to every bank? Because we've invested the last 25 years or 20 years developing this. But clearly, eventually we realized that there is so much out there that it's not about my turf or, leave this to myself. And, good luck to the banks. From what I've seen in the last few years, there isn't a competition in the fintech world for the banks.
Thank you so much. I do apologize. I would request if the panel can attend to these questions once the discussion is over. I do apologize in the interest of time that we do have to close this discussion. Thank you so much. I've learned a lot. I hope our audience has also learned a lot from this discussion. If you have, please do give our panel a round of applause for their contribution.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed panel members for their valuable insights. I'm sure we've learned a lot more than we knew earlier in the morning. I would like to now invite Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, Waqar Yunus, and Sidra Haq to join us on stage to give the panel members their mementos.
At ACCA, we have a very different definition of fun. So for fun, we're going to do a quiz. So if we can have the Slido on our browser. So I would request all of our participants to go on slido.com और अभी हमारी screen पर एक number आ जाएगा. उस number को enter करके you can be a part of that quiz. Just give us a few minutes. Perfect. So if you can add that number 005402, and when we have a lot of participants, तो फिर we'll start. तब तक Google कर लें answer. Is everybody able to join? That is the one that we see. Noor is the one we see. Should we wait for anyone or should we start? I will take that as a no. So the first question was, according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2021 published by World Economic Forum, out of 156 countries, Pakistan is ranked at what? Has everybody answered? We'll move on to the next question. According to German Watch report, Pakistan is ranked as the most effective country, what number would fit in here? The most affected country due to adverse impacts of climate change. This is, the cheat sheet was in Malik Amin Aslam's address for this. And we move to our last question. And the last question is, ACCA sees 5 exciting career zones of opportunity in accountancy merging in the future: the assurance advocate, the business transformer, the data navigator, and the digital playmaker. What is the 5th one? And now can we see the results? This is how we have fun at ACCA. We do quizzes. And Sidra, can we have the the results for the previous questions as well? So sustainability trailblazer was the first one. Go back. So everyone mostly got the answers right. I'm so happy to see that. And for the first question, yep, again, we have the majority in the right option. So thank you so much for participating in this. I hope you had fun. And I did in the panel discussion as well as hosting this. I will now give back to my MC for the evening, the afternoon, I guess. So a huge round of applause for Sidra. That wasn't huge.
Thank you, Aksa. I would like to now invite Dr. Faisal Mushtaq for the keynote address. He will be addressing the topic Talent, Technology and Transformation, Stakeholders in Pakistan's Accelerated Sustainable Growth. Dr. Faisal Mushtaq, can we have a round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and a very good afternoon to all the honorable members, affiliates, delegates, partners, stakeholders of ACCA Pakistan, and business leaders, corporate executives, stakeholders, Mr. Sajid Aslam, Asad Hamid Khan Saab, thank you very much for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear colleagues, I've been asked to speak on the theme Rethinking World, and based on the principle and attributes of talent, technology, and its impact on transformation. So, talking about talent, technology, and its impact on transformation, it's a very big subject. We must first think, what kind of a transformation are we looking at? Are we looking at the digital transformation? Are we looking at the economic transformation? Or are we looking at the social transformation or the transformation of society and world at large? So let me begin. Harvard Business Review, it said that digital transformation is not just about talent. It is more about technology. I repeat, digital transformations for the nation states and companies alike, it is not just about talent. It is about technology. So how do we revisit it? When we look at technology in terms of the recent COVID crisis, or rather an opportunity, I must also mention what Winston Churchill once said. He said, we should never waste a good crisis. Winston Churchill said, we should never waste a good crisis. So what does it mean? That it means that post-COVID environment, is it an opportunity or a challenge? So let's reflect on these three principles. The world today, the only thing which is certain in today's time and age is called uncertainty. The only thing which is constant in the world is called change. And the only thing companies and businesses you must learn should be your ability to unlearn and relearn. Organizations, people, individuals, societies, and governments, those who are not willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn, they are not able to remain relevant, productive, or inclusive. Now, when you talk about the theme this afternoon, you must first contextualize it in terms of our commitment to our people, our planet, and for the purpose of profits. There is a United Nations study on people, planet, and profits, that there are people around the world, across the planet, and they are there for a profit. Now the question is, while making that profit, do we profit the society? Do we profit humanity? Do we profit our environment? Or do we profit our thinking and perspective or ideology? To be able to do that, you need the talented people. We need to enable and use technology as an enabler and create that digitally transformative opportunity. But also, the three S's that I always talk about are about sustainability, scalability, and social impact. Whatever you do, make sure that it is scalable. It must be sustainable, and it must have a social impact. So the first point that I've mentioned are the three P's: people, planet, and profits. Then I talked about talent, technology, and transformation. And then I talked about sustainability, scalability, and social impact. So you put it together, it's P's, S's, and T's, PST, Pakistan Standard Time. As a teacher, I'm giving you a tip. So do not forget P's, T's, and S's. Now, talent these days is asymptomatic. Now, what does that mean? People or businesses or opportunities, they could be positive but yet negative. Or they could be negative yet positive. What does that mean? What I'm trying to say is talent versus opportunity. Talent is universal. Opportunity is not universal. There is a talented resource available in Gilgit or in Gwadar or in Malaysia or in Morocco. Now the thing is that the talent is there, but do we have an opportunity for the talent to be able to harness it? So talent versus opportunity, remember, talent is universal, opportunity is not universal. So when we talk about rethinking, so you know, if it is upon me, if I am the Secretary General of United Nations, I will pass a resolution and I will say all countries put the name RE in front of you. So you can say RE USA, RE United Kingdom, RE whatever country you are. Because countries and economies and their ideologies and democracies, they need to fundamentally evolve by the thematic area which has been presented this afternoon. Then remember, talent is an act and a gift of nature. Let me educate you the difference between nature and nurture. We are born as humanity as a gift of nature. How does the society, the systems, the governments, the businesses, they nurture the nature? That is how it matters. Every human being is born as a gift of nature. How does the enabling environment nurture the nature? That is also part of our corporate and moral social responsibility. Then remember that you see talent versus skill. Talent is something which is natural and gifted. Now skill is something which you invest and evolve through expertise and you acquire through training and professional development. As budding accountants and as assured ethical professional accountants in the world and in Pakistan, it is your responsibility to incubate more skills out of the talent that you see. So remember, one can be talented, but you need to invest in the talent which is God-gifted to make it a skill. So skill is something else. And I always say, governments and businesses around the world, they must have their mission statement based on the story of three people. The story I always have authored in my mind is story of Mr. Skill married to Mrs. Will, and someone should pay the bill. Skill, will, bill. Whether it's a government or it is an organization, if you will have the, let's say, if we have the political will, let's say if we have the governance skill, and let's say if the finance minister was here, if he is willing to pay the bill. So imagine that is where transformation takes place in any organization. So, my dear colleagues, let's talk about technology. Technology, in my opinion, is like a marriage. You need to build trust in technology. Technology is unforgiving. Technology is disruptive. Technology is an enabler. Technology is a surprise. How do you build that digital trust? Pandemic, as an education service provider in the country, being a large teaching and learning organization, which is working for teaching, learning, assessments and examinations and professional development, let me tell you, what I have been expecting thousands of my teachers for the last 10 years to adopt digital literacy, ICT skills. They were able to adopt digital inclusion and digital literacy in 10 weeks. What we expected them to achieve in terms of digital inclusion, ICT integration and digital literacy, they achieved that in 10 weeks. So the impact of pandemic, not in terms of adversity, but as an opportunity. So I always say to my fellow Pakistanis and young people and businesses, Pakistan, like my colleagues were talking about, is not happening, it is happening. From these Kist Pay to Food Pandas to this outstanding work businesses and societies are doing, we need to make sure that we have the right equity in terms of digital transformation, we have the right access, and we have connectivity, and we have the right content. And for this, if you match the right kind of talent with the right kind of the technological opportunities and platforms, you create and curate that transformation. Mind you, the transformation could be, it will be a digital transformation, but it will be a social transformation. It will have its deep impact on GDP, on growth, on governance, and in democracy. I thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Faisal. I would like to request Mr. Hamad Azim and Asad Malik Mahmood to join us on stage to give Mr. Faisal his memento. Can we have a round of applause? Asad up. I would now like to hand over to Asad Malik Mahmood to deliver his closing address for today. Asad?
Dear partners, honorable guests and participants, ACCA would like to pay a warmest gratitude to all of you for ensuring your graceful presence today here in the Pakistan's fourth Pakistan Leadership Conversation. I'm a bit conscious about the time as well, क्योंकि हम थोड़ा सा program flow के एतबार से आगे चल रहे हैं. So keeping you in that, this event today couldn't have been possible without our partners. So I would like to name and thank each one of them. So starting with our co-organizer, Seed Venture, strategic partners, Bank Islami, Coca-Cola, and S&P Global have played an integral part in today's event. So please, a huge round of applause for our strategic partners. And then our platinum partners, Al Mizan, Gadoon Textile Mills, Lucky Cement, Mirchawala Hub of Accountancy, Roots Ivy, U Microfinance Bank, Scans School of Accountancy, TMUC, Tabani School of Accountancy, Yunus Brothers Group and their commitment of all our platinum partners. So please, again, a huge round of applause for our platinum partners. And then finally, our gold partners, starting from the AAA Associates, Adroit Accountants, AKT Securities Limited, Folio 3, K Electric, Obox Accounting, and PAC Group of Colleges and Sadakat Limited. We thank all of you for your great support and making this event successful. Now, I would also like to thank the ACCA team. So starting from the ACCA leadership team, I would like to request them to be on the stage, starting from Asad Hamid, Sajid Aslam, Haroon Ahmed Jan. प्लीज आपकी तालियों की गूंज बतानी चाहिए हमारी आज की एफर्ट जो हमने की है. थैंक यू. हमाद अजीम, सिद्रा हक, सिद्रा खान, शाहरुख हसन, वकार यूनुस, अक्सा सती. So I believe if I have missed anyone, you can. Okay. Shahrukh Shokar and Miss Rehana Abbasi. Nasir, Amir, Fahad Saeed, Feroz, आप जितने भी हैं ACCA टीम से आप आते जाएंगे. If I have missed anyone, Hassan is here. Hassan Farooq is here, right? So I believe हमारी पूरी टीम ACCA पाकिस्तान की स्टेज पर आ चुकी है. So आप सबसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि एक बार फिर से आप हमारे लिए जोरदार क्लैपिंग कर लें. Thank you. Now we would now like to request our partners one by one to come on the stage and receive a token of appreciation from the complete ACCA team. So first of all, we'll request our strategic partner, S&P Global, Mujib Zahoor Saab, to come on the stage and receive the token of appreciation. I would like to request Chaudhry Faisal Mushtaq from the Millennium University College to come on stage and receive token of appreciation. The Millennium Universal College, by mistake. Okay, now I would like to request the Roots Ivy team to come on the stage. Sikandar Mirza to come on the stage and receive the token of appreciation. And I believe we have representation from a Bank Islami team as well. Right, Wakar? Okay, great. So please, a huge round of applause for our one of the strategic partner, Bank Islami. And finally, we would like to now invite Sir Farooq Bashir to come on the stage from AAA Associates to come and receive the token of appreciation. And any representation from Al Mizan, my team tried to search with their any senior POC if they can come on the stage. So, huge round of applause for Al Mizan. So thank you very much, ACCA team. And without any further wait between you and the lunch, so thank you very much for joining us today. And inshallah, ACCA will keep on connecting as a super connector every year with you in the shape of Pakistan Leadership Conversation. Thank you.